Final round of a titanic 2022 FIM JuniorGP World Championship concludes here at the Circuito Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia, Spain. It's a busy track, one of the busiest in Europe, and we have the final round here next week for MotoGP. But first, there's the small matter of JuniorGP, and this track always brings a surprise. 4 kilometers in length, 18 laps ahead of us, 2 races still to come. 9 turns going left, the rest are all right-handers. There's a few overtaking hotspots, and it's cloudy, so will the weather play a part too? It has been 25 years of creating champions in this paddock. In 1998, this series was introduced as a stepping stone to Grand Prix. And 25 years later, there have been some amazing names from this paddock. Steve English alongside myself, Kiko Giles, for the first race of the day. 4 of them to come. Steve, the Junior GP title itself is wrapped up, but still plenty to get our teeth into for the rest of today.
Yeah, still an awful lot to play for in all 3 classes, really, and certainly for a lot of these riders, it's a chance to give themselves that one last race before the winter and then build into something for next season. You do have quite a few of these riders in the Moto 3 class that will be in action here in Valencia next weekend in the World Championship as well, so keep an eye on the likes of Farioli further down the field. He's going to make his World Championship debut next week.
It is a stunning collection of names, just a few of them there. Danny Pedrosa, Jorge Lorenzo and Casey Stoner have all come through here. And of course we've got the likes of Jose Antonio Rueda, who moves on to Moto 3 World Championship action for 2023. However, before we get going with today's action, we should be about to take a look back at last time out at Motorland Aragon. And it was a really, really tough round for some. Whilst the title was already wrapped up, it was all about pride and glory, and it was Colin Vire who, like at Jerez, took pole position and would go on to fight for victory. David Alonso and Rueda, the champion already crowned, in that lead group. But it was Vire who was tenacious in his fight towards the front. Although this moment almost saw him on the floor as Alonso got it a bit hot into turn 1. There were crashes further downfield, but at the front, it was business as usual. David Salvador as well, right in that lead group, trying to take his first win. 4 podiums in 2022, coming into the final round of this season. The AGR team looked on, and they were about to start celebrating. It was Colin Vire who had taken a 2nd victory of the season. And he is the 4-man coming in to this round in Valencia. Well, that was last time out, and we are a different kettle of fish, to use an English idiom, this weekend. The Circuit Ricardo Tormo has welcomed Junior GP for so many years. It's been one of the staples on the calendar, and this round is going to be interesting. In this class, the Junior GP class, the title is already done. Jose Antonio Rueda has got that locked in, and he'll clear off to Moto 3 World Championship action in next season's campaign. But there is a land of opportunity, and that starts this weekend, Steve. Looking at the grid, we've got Colin Vire on pole position. The last times he started on pole, he's gone on to win. So is that going to be one of those kind of dynamics that he's going to want to repeat?
Yeah, Colin on the number 95 machine, keep an eye out for him. Obviously, he's had a very strong campaign, whether you're looking at the Rookies Cup or here in the Junior GP class. The one thing for Colin is there was a few mistakes earlier in the season, but the second half of the Junior GP campaign, he's been able to pick up 2 race wins. He's still got 2 races here today to be able to try and add to that tally as well. So he's certainly going to be a rider worth keeping an eye on all the way through proceedings. There's actually still a lot to play for in terms of the battle for 2nd in the championship standings as well. David Salvador, Farioli, Asman and Angel Piqueras, they're all going to have ambitions to be able to move up into those top 3 spots.
In the championship, as we've said a couple of times already, Rueda has already got it done. But this is qualifying review. Let's check in with Colin Vire.
And the second qualifying, waited long time again. Went out with the used tyres. Could make the same lap times like 40.0s. Very happy also with this, so I can use for tomorrow is very good. And then, yeah, the last part of the qualifying was just waiting around, and we went out with the new tyres, but I didn't want to give the maximum because the riders were behind me. And then with the last 2 minutes to go, I pull out of the front. They were pushing, and I go behind again. And yeah, in the last lap, I got stuck again, but finally I make the pole, and I'm really happy with this one.
A third pole of the season, and he starts from the front row of the grid. He's converted the previous two. Will he do it again here today? Colin Vire on pole, and Vire not in contention for second overall in the championship. A bit of a dip in the last couple of rounds. Bounced back at Aragon, Steve, but only 2 podiums of the year as well, and both of them were victories. So that's why he's not quite in that fight for second overall.
Yeah, before Colin, it's been a very successful season. He's also in the running for the Red Bull Rookies Cup winning championship position as well. He's second in the standings in that. He's only 11 points behind Rueda in the Red Bull Rookies Cup. So it has been a very successful season. 2 wins in Junior GP, 3 wins in the Rookies Cup. So for Colin Vire, it's a big step forward this year compared to last year.
He's ahead of the reigning champion, or the newly crowned champion, Jose Antonio Rueda. There it is. The Fit Network FIM Junior GP World Champion for this year. It was his birthday yesterday, so I wonder if he'll be able to celebrate with something special here today, Steve. He's on form, he's looked good all year, and he's a deserving champion. Yeah,
he's trying to double up as the Junior GP World Champion and then also the Rookies Cup winner this season. But he has been really consistent, especially in Junior GP this season. He's going to be in the World Championship next season as well, and it's going to be interesting to see how he can adapt to that, see if he's able to follow in the footsteps of the last couple of years. It's been Pedro Acosta, Izan Guevara that have really been able to make that jump and be very successful, both of them world champions already.
Absolutely. Izan Guevara, of course, the latest one in that, and Pedro Acosta was the previous year. This is third place, Luca Lanetta. Now, Lanetta started on the front row here in Valencia earlier on in the year. Wasn't able to convert it, though, a best of 6th place. But in the last 4 rounds, really consistent, top 7 finishes. And in the last 2 rounds, 2 top 5, Steve. He is looking good for a first podium of the year.
Yeah, still chasing that first podium, but he has had 2 podiums in the Rookies Cup this season as well. So he's another rider that's just on that cusp of a really successful run.
We saw it in other times as well with Filippo Farioli. You know, riders just need to have that bit of consistency to build from, get on the podium, and it's that self-belief they have. This is one rider who has that, as the Colombian rider David Alonso, 4th on the grid. He won here earlier in the year, but that's been his only podium as well. Lack of consistency for Alonso, but he was crowned champion here in ETC a couple of years back, so positive and happy memories from Valencia.
Yeah, an ETC winner and then also a Red Bull Rookies Cup winner last season as well. So the last 2 seasons very successful, but like you said, Kiko, only the 1 race win this season, so it hasn't been what he would have expected. He's going to be in the World Championship next year, though. He's going to be one of the Aspar Gas riders, so we know he's going to make that step, so this could well be the last time we see him in Junior GP action.
Absolutely, and he makes a step with the team he's already with at the moment. As for this man on screen, David Salvador, 2nd in the championship, 4 podiums in 2022, but without a win. And I don't know how he's managed not to quite get that victory. He's been at the front in lots of races, Steve. Surely this weekend he'll be able to do it before he goes on to Moto3 in 2023 as well.
Yeah, super experienced rider. I think this is his 46th start. So certainly lots for him, he's still chasing that first win, but he's always been that front-running rider this year. Changed over to the Husqvarna squad for this season, and he's really been able to make a big step forward.
He was on the TM, of course, last year, and he's on the Husqvarna this year. But I want to talk about this rider. This is Alberto Ferrandez. Now, don't adjust your TV set. This is Junior GP. He was in ETC at the start of the year, but they've promoted him up, and he's doing not so bad. Best race finish of 9th. That was on his debut at Misano. He qualified in the top 10 as well, and he's put it on the 2nd row of the grid in just his 3rd race. I don't think that's too bad, Steve.
Yeah, he came in with a lot of expectations at the start of the ETC season. Didn't really go according to plan. Had a podium. He's also been pretty competitive in the Italian Moto3 Championship. He's been able to win some races. But now he's jumping onto that Moto3 bike for the last 3 rounds of this season in the Junior GP class. And it has been a pretty good adaptation for Ferrandez. He's a fast rider. We've seen that in the past in ETC.
The fan club is there cheering him on. Another rider to watch out for is Harrison Voigt, the number 29. He heads up the 3rd row of the grid. Paolo Simoncelli is here this weekend watching the 658 Squadra Corsa team. So Harrison Voigt will be looking to sign off this year in a positive way. He's had potential all the way through this year, but a couple of crashes and injuries here and there have just plagued him a little bit. But 7th on the grid, he'll be looking for a podium.
Yeah, Catalunya and Jerez, those only finishes for him. But last time out in Aragon and also in Portimao, he retired from the leading group as well. So he's been very competitive, just hasn't really had the points to back up where he's really been running.
8th place on the grid is Daniel Sharil, the Malaysian rider. Now, Sharil was scheduled to start back on the 4th row, but there's been a myriad of penalties after qualifying for slow riding in multiple sectors. So those riders have got back at the grid start. Sharil is a big beneficiary of that. 1 top 10 this year so far, Steve. He's in a good position to back that up and maybe go on and get his best result of the season. Yeah,
Sharil, of course, he's jumped in for a full-time season here in Europe for the first time. Last year in the ATC, he was the runner-up, and he looked competitive in that, but it's a very different challenge to come across to the Junior GP paddock.
Next up on the grid, we should have in 9th place Noah Detweiler, the 17-year-old Swiss rider. He has a best race finish of 10th at Jerez earlier on in the year, and his best qualifying before this weekend was 13th. So Noah Detweiler, the Swiss rider, number 55, looking good here in Valencia.
Yeah, this season he's focused on the Junior GP after 3 years in the Rookies Cup. But for Detweiler, it has been a case of a few times this season he's been able to get himself on the cusp of the top 10, but to really make that breakthrough is going to be tough for him.
Other riders to keep an eye out on are the Uruguayan rider Facundo Yambias. There's the New Zealand rider behind him, Cormac Buchanan, and Italian Alessandro Morossi. That's the 4th row of the grid. We'll get through all of that very, very soon, I am sure. But the number 95 of Colin Vire is going from pole position. Can he convert it once again for a 3rd time? It will be time to tell very, very soon, but the final round of the Junior GP World Championship for 2022 is upon us. Via, Rueda and Luneta is your front row of the grid. David Alonso, David Salvador and Alberto Ferrandez, the 2nd row. That is a blockbuster opening couple of rows. Voigt, Sharil and Detweiler, a very international 3rd row. And also on the 4th row, Uruguay's Facundo Yambias ahead of Buchanan for New Zealand and Morossi. Further back, Tachikorn Boazri, he actually qualified down in 19th for this race, but because of the penalties, he's further up. Zuratuza, keep an eye out from him from the middle of the 5th row. But the big talking point is David Almanza, for the first time in his Junior GP career, qualified in the top 10, put it in the middle of the front row, but was then sent to the back of the grid for slow riding. And all the riders you see from him further back, all the way to Philip Ton and Angel Piqueras, all the way back down in 28th and 29th positions, have been given long lap penalties. Plenty to talk about, plenty to keep an eye on. Riders charging through the field, but they're all chasing one man, Steve. Colin Vire at Jerez. He gave the Netherlands their first victory. He backed it up last time out in Aragon. Can he make it a hat-trick? Yeah,
Colin Vire on pole position, the number 95. He'll also be in Moto3 World Championship action next season. That's being confirmed alongside other front row starters as well. So certainly for him, he's a rider worth keeping an eye on. Rueda, the number 99, he's our champion this season. He's trying to double up and be the Rookies Cup winner this year as well. Keep an eye out for him. David Salvador in the 2nd row of the grid, number 38. He's going to be a World Championship rider next season as well. Farioli was confirmed yesterday that he's going to be jumping onto the Tech 3 bike for next season in the Moto3 World Championship. He's also going to be in action next weekend, making his World Championship debut. So keep an eye on the number 7, but you have to look quite far down the field for that number 7. He's going to be coming through the pack on the Aspar bike.
You saw a shot there of Ramon Forcada. Now he has got some world titles and Grand Prix experience to his name. He's in the Mia Finetwork junior team that runs David Almanza, Alberto Ferrandez and Marcos Ruda. So keep an eye on them bikes, the purple bikes. You can't miss them. They're one of the most professional teams in the paddock. Their branding, their image in pit lane is the biggest, I'd say. But let's look at this track, Steve. It's a bit of it's a hard track to pass. It is one line in sectors, but we're coming to the end of October, start of November. It can start catching riders out. We saw a couple of crashes in warm-up in other classes. Where have you got to be careful around here?
Well, the good thing about it around here this time of year is you can also be quite warm, and it is a very pleasant day here. It's around about 20 degrees. It's going to get hotter and hotter in the last few days. It's been 25, 26, 27 degrees. So that means that grip shouldn't be much of an issue. The biggest problem for a lot of riders, and it's more of a Moto 2 issue than a Moto 3 issue here in the Junior GP classes, is that turn 4, you've been on the left side of the tyre for a long time. So from pretty much this point of the track until turn 4, your right-hand side of the tyre can get quite cold. That's not usually much of an issue for the Moto 3 machines, so you shouldn't expect to see too many crashes there unless it's riders just really pressing hard to try and make a move. But the biggest issue is here in Valencia, there's not that many places to make your moves. You've obviously got the start-finish straight to use the slipstream. The rest of the time, like you said, Kiko, there's one line in a lot of places here.
Just a quick look at the championship. Rueda's got the title. Forget about him, but the battle is for second place. David Salvador, 128 points. Third place, Filippo Farioli, 113. 15 points between them. If Farioli beats Salvador in this race, it goes to race 2 later on today. If Salvador beats Farioli by 10 points, or it has to be 11 points mathematically to not go to countback, he's wrapped up second in the title. Shaifuddin Azman is starting further down the field, is also in the fight, but all eyes will be on that front row. Colin Vire looking to convert it once again. We've got yellow flags. That's a 73. I think that's Alessio Mate, one of the new riders on the MTA bikes, who's got a problem there.
Yeah, you can see him just being taken out to pit lane, so we'll see whether or not we're able to get this started immediately, or if we have to have a little bit of a delay. It looks like we are going to go for the start of this 18-lap race.
18 laps ahead of us then, the Ricardo Tormo circuit for the penultimate time in Junior GP this year. Lights out. Good start from Colin Vire. He got that driving from pole. Colin Vire, the number 95, is surely going to grab the whole shot. There's weaving all the way down this field. That's the 33. Boazri trying to come through on the inside, but it's Vire who's grabbed the whole shot. Rueda's into second place, and that looks like in third place it's David Alonso. Loads of riders. Oh, we got Crasher at the back. Loads of riders going out wide. That is Azman. That's Azman. The 63 has gone down. So the fourth place man in your title race, he can forget about second now. I'm sure that's Azman. It looks like the 63 to me.
Yeah,
but
Azman started all the way down the back of the field, so that probably is him. But you also have the likes of Piqueras down there as well, so trying to make some progress from the back of the grid.
Fourth and fifth in this title race. What has happened there? It is confirmed Shaifuddin Azman. We've got yellow flags at turn 1 and 4. That's turn 1, what you're seeing on your screens. Meanwhile, trouble free out front. Colin Vire's got away well here. Rueda second, Alonso third. Harrison Boyd up from 7th up to 4th. Good start from the 658 rider. And round out top 5 at the moment, it is Lunetta, and that's his teammate Marossi who's gone down. So that's the accident at turn 4.
Yeah, and it is easy to happen on the first lap as well. You're trying to make up a lot of space. You're trying to get yourself through to the front of the field. As it is, though, Vire converting that pole position, really good opening lap for him. But in the Moto 3 class, you're going to stay in a big group at the front here in Valencia.
We've seen time and time again, Vire is a comfortable race leader. It sounds silly, but he likes to lead races from the front. He believes in himself. He believes in his pace. He's looked fast all through qualifying. He had a crash after he set his pole lap, but that's not put him back further. 44, I think, was coming through there. That was one of the Estrella Galicia by his 94. That's Yambias up from the 4th row. So Facundo Yambias, he had a great opening round in Estoril back at the start of the season. But he's right in the lead group now as Rueda draws alongside Vire. But Vire on the brakes is good. And Alonso looking up the inside for second, but can't get there.
Yeah, just further back as well, the number 7 as well. We're seeing Farioli make a great start. We know he's going to be in action here next weekend, but he's had to qualify at the back of the field. He's already into those leading top 10 spots. So really good effort there from the Aspar rider.
One rider who didn't get away well, but is still in that lead group, is the 38 David Salvador. Started in 5th. He's back down to something like 6th place at the moment as Yambias looks on the inside of Voigt, but thinks better of it. Great start from Almanza. I'd make Almanza in about 10th place at the moment. The purple bike, the number 22. He's not the first one. That's the 54 Ferrandez as Rueda goes to the front at turn number 7.
Yeah, good move as well onto the back straight there, and certainly for Rueda, he knows he's going to be attacked straight back from Colin Vire, but he's not afraid to get himself to the front. We've seen it all the way through this season. In the Junior GP class in particular, he's been a cut above everyone else, but it is him versus Vire for the Red Bull Rookies Cup as well, so both of those riders very competitive all the way through this campaign.
Fantastic stuff from Vire to get back through as Voigt momentarily was in 3rd, but David Alonso shoves his way back through. That's a great move there. Yeah,
Alonso, of course, ETC winner in 2020, Red Bull Rookies Cup champion last season as well, so he's a rider with a lot of experience. This season hasn't gone according to plan. He was a race winner here already this season in the second round of the campaign, so keep an eye on the number 80. He goes well here in Valencia, but certainly he's going to be under pressure down the start-finish straight as well, because Harrison Voigt on the number 29 on the 658 machine, he's looking very competitive as well already in this race. Voigt, we've seen it all the way through this season, Kiko. He's been able to get to the front, but to be able to get to the finish has been a big challenge for him.
Absolutely, he pushes on very soon, and sometimes maybe, perhaps it's a bit too hard. Rueda on the inside at turn 1, gets ahead of Vaya. So on lap 3 of this race, it is Rueda who has taken the lead, but whether or not he'll stay there, we know Vaya wants to snap straight back. Whoa, pushing and shoving Voigt up into 3rd place, gets ahead of Alonso.
Yeah, we saw last time around that it was on the run onto the back straight that we saw that Colin Vaya in the 95 was able to get through and Rueda in the 99. So we'll see if he's able to repeat that feat on this lap as well. Only a couple of corners until then.
Number 22 on your screen, the purple bike. We said about him a lap ago, David Almanza. Great start from Almanza. He was way down after that penalty. He originally qualified 2nd. He's got the fastest lap of the race. He's just behind his teammate, Alberto Ferrandez. That's the number 54. But out front, we've seen it so many times this year. We've seen it all before. Jose Antonio Rueda is starting to try and stretch this lead group.
Yeah, we're already seeing that the lead group is starting to separate from the next group as well. So at the back of this group, you're looking at Daniel Sharil, and then you've already got a bit of a gap until Bouasri as well. So we are starting to see a little bit of a split at the front.
Track limits warning for number 85. That's Xabi Zuratouza. Long lap penalty. That might have been for Farioli. It was the Farioli. Number 7, the Filippo Farioli has gone and done a track limits. That'll be for slow riding, I believe. That was notified. So good that he served that straight away. But that's crucial for 2nd place in the title. He's going to need to push hard now to get back on terms with David Salvador. The bike with the fluorescent yellow in 5th position. He holds 2nd in the championship. That is the main battle so far in the title race.
Yeah, the good thing for Farioli is it doesn't actually cost you too much time to take the long lap penalty here in Valencia. So he's only just dropped down a couple of spots. So it's up to him now to try and bridge that gap to the 32.
Vaya back to the front on lap 4. Into turn 1 we go. So Colin Vaya, that slipstream all the way down the front straight. Very, very good indeed, the number 95. That's Jacob Rosenthaler, the number 78 on the Liquid Moly intact junior team. Let's hope it is still intact and the bike hasn't taken a beating, but he's up and okay, at least he's walking. Yeah,
turn 12 tends to be where you just fold the front on the run down the hill, so hopefully for Jacob, not too much damage onto that bike. There's still another race left to finish off your junior GP season for Rosenthaler later on in the afternoon.
So as we try and settle into this race at the moment, let's do a quick rundown of the top 10. Vaya ahead of Rueda. David Alonso sits in 3rd. Harrison Voigt 4th. David Salvador is in 5th place. That will be good enough at the moment to give him a good shot at 2nd overall in the title. We'll do the maths as we get through it later on in the weekend, in the race. Facundo Yambias is in 6th place and all over Salvador like a rash through turns 10, I think that is. And he's at that's Salvador on the inside of Voigt. Good move, that's for 4.
Yeah, just about Yambias as well on the 94 machine. One of the best races we've seen from him so far this season was actually here in Valencia. He was running inside the top 5 or 6 spots and then crashed out of the race. But he's been strong all the way through this season. Top 10 runner. He's got World Championship experience last year in the 300 World Championship as well. So he has a bit of experience, but good to see him running in the lead group once again.
I think there was one of the FIM Network bikes making a move there. It was Almanza. He's got ahead of Lanetta. Luca Lanetta started on the front row. We said if he can get away with this lead group, he'll be in good stead. But he's now getting a lesson from David Almanza, who should have been on the front row, but was a bit of a naughty boy throughout the rest of the weekend and was given a given a back of the grid start for slow riding. But out front, no change. And David Alonso in 3rd place at the moment, keeping calm.
Yeah, and you can see Farioli at the back of that group as well on the number 7 machine. He's matching the pace of the race leaders, but he's pulling back time of the riders in front of him. So he's going to get himself into this lead group in the next couple of laps.
Farioli, of course, is the nearest challenger to Salvador for 2nd overall in this title race. Farioli with a race win, Salvador without a race win. So if it's tied at the end of it all, there's Joel Kelso. He's doing a good job in Moto 3 this season. Very, very strong rider indeed. He made a step last year in this class, couldn't quite take the title, but is very, very strong, and he's really a star to look out for. Australia back on the map, and the Netherlands are too. Number 95, Vaya, at the moment ahead of Rueda, the Spaniard, and the Colombian in 3rd, David Alonso.
Yeah, Alonso on that number 80 machine. We haven't really seen him at the front all that often through the course of this campaign, but he's certainly a rider just finishing off the campaign very strong. We know that he's obviously going to be in the World Championship next season. This season hasn't gone according to plan. It looks like Yambias trying to get down the inside of him once again. Yeah,
Yambias up the inside of Voigt. That's for 5th position. Just getting on our timing screens that Xabi Zuratouza has got a long lap penalty. He was given a track limits warning. Now he's been given a long lap. He's obviously not adhered to the warning. So Zuratouza will have to go the long way around. That is Alessandro Morossi. He crashed at turn 4 in the opening lap, but it's okay. He'll get to do it all again later. At the front, Via still leading. Second place is Rueda. Third place is Alonso. Salvador trying to get slipstream now off Alonso in fourth place. Can't quite get there. But the front five, slight gap back to sixth place, which is Yambias, I think. But through on the inside goes Alonso. And that's a good move there up into second position. Fastest up of the race for Yambias. David Almanza is the next rider up as Rueda gets back into P2.
Yeah, Almanza's doing a really good job there on the number 22 machine. We saw him set the fastest lap a few laps ago, and he's been able to gradually just ease his way through one rider here, one rider there. As it is, he's up there on the outside, the top five looking in, but he is going to give himself the opportunity to come through in another couple of riders because he has been 1/10 of a second faster than each of the guys in front of him over the last few laps.
Ferrandez has been given a track limits warning, so the number 54 in this lead group, we've actually seen him get a few track limits warnings before in the European Talent Cup. That action is coming up later on, of course, and now he's taken that all the way into Junior GP as Yambias gets into fourth place. It's a great ride this from Yambias from the fourth row of the grid up into the top four. Salvador back into fifth, but that's okay. He's still pulling off the inside. That's a lunge. That's through. Yambias trying to push and shove. The Uruguayan versus the Colombian. We've got a South American duel going on for P3. And it's gone the way of Uruguay in a minute. So Yambias through into third place. Good stuff from Yambias. He's a believer today.
Yeah, still only a third of the way through this race, so Alonso needs to keep a cool head. He's trying to pick up his second win of the season for Yambias, so he's once again just showing that he can run in those leading positions. And he's a rider definitely worth keeping an eye on for next season. Like I said, he's got World Championship experience in the 300 World Championship, but this season he's really been able to make a bit of a name for himself here in Junior GP.
Rueda drawing alongside Via, but we've seen Via good on the brakes before, and he's good on the brakes again into turn one. So Via looking very, very strong into that first braking zone. He's very good late on the brakes there. He's looking good into turn two as well. No one really able to challenge him. Salvador versus Almanza. That is for P5. Almanza gets run out wide. Salvador holds on to that fifth position, but you get the feeling that Almanza's going to pick his way through very soon.
Yeah, it looks like Farioli's made a bit of a mistake at the start of this lap as well, because he had been 3 or 4 tenths of a second faster than the riders in front of him over the last few laps. As it is, there's now a big gap back. He's dropped himself a lot closer to Buasri as well, so he's clearly made a mistake in this lap. That could well be a little bit of a bridge too far for him as well, so he really needs to get the head down, time trial, hope that the riders in front of him have that battle with one another, and then it brings him back to them.
Behind Farioli, we've got Daniel Sharil, Angel Piqueras, Tachko Buasri, Noah Detweiler, and Jabi Zuratura, of course, with that long lap penalty. We've got track limits warnings for number 12 and 33 for Buasri, that is, as well as number 12, Jacob Ralston. As at the front, we've got a battle here. That's Yambias going up into second. He's patting the rear seat unit, but through on the inside comes Rueda. So the Estrella Galicia boys are not working together really here, and that little battle's just given via that half a second, maybe that 3/4 of a second he might want to have down the front straight as Alonso looks on the inside of Yambias. That's tight at the final corner, but good riding from Yambias. Corner speed key onto the front straight.
Yeah, you got a couple of different bikes at the front of this field. We've obviously got Colin Via right there on the KTM. You've also got the Hondas for the two Estrella Galicia bikes as well, and then KTMs, Husqvarnas. They're all similar bikes there in that lead group. But it also means that in this scrap, what we're seeing from, and you can see Yambias gets himself pushed out a little bit wide, Farioli out wide as well. But in this scrap, you've got very different ways to set similar lap time. Oh, that's Yambias.
Yambias is out there at turn two. He was battling hard with Rueda, his teammate, and also David Alonso. But Yambias has gone from the fourth row of the grid. That's really taken the sting out of this lead group. He was coming through very well, and he can't believe it. Another opportunity for that first podium for Ryder and Country goes begging, but he's going to try and get back in the race. You never know, with a red flag or something, he might be able to get back. This is what happened down into turn one. Wow, that's tight, Steve.
Yeah, you can see how close they are, and they stay right beside each other and they run down in towards two. And for Yambias on 94, he's trying to hold on to those wide lines. He's trying to sweep around the outside of the gas machine, and just not able to do that. And that's part of where you get the differences between the KTM and the Honda as well. So that's a little bit unfortunate for Yambias. Again, running at the front of the field, like we've seen so many times this season.
So many times.
But crashing again, unfortunately, like we've seen so many times this season.
Long lap penalty for Zuratuza, and also for the number 54 of Alberto Ferrandez. Ferrandez is in this lead group, so Ferrandez is going to have a long lap penalty to deal with. He's I say he's in the lead group. The front 5 are now just starting to break away with 11 laps to go.
Yeah, and that'll be for track limits as well. We've obviously seen them given a few warnings already. We've seen a lot of riders running out wide. Very easy to do through turn 1. Everyone's trying to carry as much speed as possible through T1 to get into turn 2, and it's easy just to run out a curve on the outside. We tend to see it an awful lot here in Valencia. Track limits becomes a big thing to keep an eye on all the way through the race around here, just because of the nature of the track.
Via, though, so far, and I'm just watching Via, Steve, he looks, wheels in line, he looks good, he looks quite cool, comfortable, as we said before, at the front of this field. He looks like someone who's dictating the pace of the race.
Yeah, personal best last time around, though, from Rueda, Alonso, Almanza, and Salvador as well. So those riders, they're just building themselves up. That's why we've seen that little bit of a split now between Salvador and Luneta. So the top 5 just trying to edge themselves away.
Luneta in 6th, the number 58 ahead of the number 29 on the 658 Honda. That is Harrison Voigt. Voigt, of course, looking for a top 6 that he's really been unlucky to not have more of. As you can see, bottom of the screens, track limit penalties, long laps for 85 and 54.02s with Ferrandez.
Yeah, just looking at that 6th place battle as well. Luneta on the number 58 machine qualified well this weekend on the front road grid. He's still chasing that first podium. Obviously, looks like it's going to be a step away from him right now as well. He's under pressure from Farioli, who's done a really good job to get himself back into this group. But that second group, the pace has dropped off a little bit, and that's why Farioli needs to make the move now, so he's got half a chance of being able to battle it out for the podium spots. But for the likes of Luneta, it's been top 10 running all the way through this campaign. It looks like he's going to be relegated in another spot because Farioli's come through, and also maybe the 54 there as well from Ferrandez.
Battles all the way through this field. You can see the 32 is Sharil. He's trying to stay with them in the background. Look at Alonso down the outside. I don't believe it. Down into turn 1, but he's got the job done. So David Alonso from 3rd up into 2nd. Wow, Farioli's car park routed it at turn 1.
Yeah, Farioli's good. Definitely getting a long lap penalty. That's 3 or 4 times we've seen him run off the racetrack as well. So he's just trying to chase back as many points as possible at this stage. He's 3rd in the championship standings coming into this round, but it's such a close battle between 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th that he's just trying to push as hard as he can, but that's a big mistake. Yeah,
that's a massive error from Farioli. I'll be shocked if he doesn't get at least awarded. Of course, his long lap was for slow sectors earlier on in qualifying. As Rueda goes back in 2nd ahead of Alonso. We've got a double long lap penalty now for 02s. He's been given a long lap penalty for not doing the first long lap penalty, one would assume. Yeah,
he'll get a ride-through penalty if he doesn't take the double long lap penalty as well. So certainly for 02s on the number 85 machine, he's well down the order, just trying to still stay in the points-paying positions. But it is a case of he needs to take those penalties now.
Remember what happened if you was watching the Argentina World Superbike round with Axel Bassani, given 2 long lap penalties, and in the end he was just given a ride through. So that could same be applied here. The 54 Ferrandez has taken his long lap penalty. He slots in behind Daniel Sharil. He'll look to get that place back, and it is a track limits warning. I can tell you on our TV monitor, the number 7 of Filippo Farioli. So Farioli in 6th is going to have to behave himself for the second half of this race.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Farioli. You can see, though, the leading group of 5, they're all split by around about a 10th of a second, so expect these riders at the front to change positions on the run down in towards turn 1.
3 abreast into turn 1. Alonso looking for the advantage if he can get it. Look at Almanza, I don't believe it, 4th. He's going round the outside now. He's on the green, so that move isn't going to count. Oh dear, Luneta's the one out there that time. But Almanza, I thought he must have got his braking mark a bit wrong. Tight for 2nd. Rueda through into 2nd place ahead of Alonso. And Almanza, that has opened the door. Not enough, though, as he has to think about it for 4th. And now he's back to 5th. He compromises line into turn 4. And Salvador comes through.
Who'd be a race director with all these potential long lap penalties? There's a lot to keep tracking around Valencia. We do tend to see it Sector 1 especially. That's where you get an awful lot of the transgressions for exceeding track limits. But from this point on now, this is where we move into the second half of the race, into the final third. This is where the riders are now really jockeying for their position. This is where they need to make sure that they're able to see where they're stronger than the other riders.
Yeah, this is where it already counts as well. This stage in the race, you know, you want to start making the moves. You don't want to be sat around where Farioli is 6th, a little bit isolated without that slipstream down the front straight. He's too far back to be picking any of that up. You want to be around 3rd place. David Alonso in the middle of the group, but fast and looking like he's shown potential to get to the front. He looks like he can make a move wherever he wants to.
Yeah, Farioli, though, is still fast. He's still a couple of tenths of a second faster than the riders in front of him. They're battling for position. They're costing each other a few tenths here, a few tenths there. So for Farioli on the number 7 machine, 7 laps to go. He's still going to think, you know what, I've still got a chance in this one.
The thing is with Farioli, there's 7 laps, but around a 14-corner layout, a couple of mistakes onto track limits, a couple of misdemeanors, and all that hard work of catching a group ahead of you can be. We've got a crasher in the background. Someone was on the deck in the background.
I wonder if that's Sherrill.
It looked like Sherrill. It's Rueda takes lead off Via. Let's get back to that in a minute. Turn 1. It is
Piqueras.
It is Piqueras. It is Piqueras. Oh, dearie me, Angel Piqueras. Well, there go. That's the 5th place rider in the championship. He's only 11 points clear of David Alonso. And as it stands, even though David Alonso is being shuffled around by Rueda, Alonso would take that 5th place in the title. So a disaster, really, for Piqueras. The good thing he's up and okay and he's on his feet. But the number 18, he'll get a second bite of the cherry later on this afternoon. But that is not a good way to start his day.
No, and for Piqueras, probably the worst thing as well is you just lose the information for the second half of this race as well. But he's a rider that's been able to do a pretty good job in the Junior GP over this season, but a rider that there was probably a little bit more expectation on what he's been able to deliver up to this point. But when you're teammates to Rueda, that's done so much winning this season, it's a real challenge to be able to live up to that billing. We've seen Yambias in this race right at the front of the field as well. So that Australia Galicia team always puts out a very strong entry in the Junior GP class.
And Piqueras has had a couple of podiums as well. One of them came here actually early in the year when he was second. The other one was at Jerez, but he was track limits then as well. So Piqueras, unfortunate end to the penultimate race of his season so far. He'll get another chance to do it later.
Yeah, had a podium in Misano as well, but 2 non-scores out of the last 3 races. That's what relegates you down the order. But a lot of the times for teams, what they're looking for in the Junior GP class is really the high water marks and to see what you're able to do on your really good days, see if you're able to get to the front of the field. And that tends to be what gets you your opportunity to race in the World Championship.
Colin Via, perfect example. 2 podiums this year. Both of them have been wins. Both of them have been from the front row. Both of them have been from pole. So can he do it again? He's leading it good so far.
Look who's at the back of this group now. Farioli on the number 7 machine. New fastest lap of the race. He's right there as well. He pulled back 0.6 of a second on Almanza last time. The reason for that is the fighting that's going on in those lead positions. Everyone's now jockeying for position to get themselves into the podium spots.
Farioli was second in race 2 earlier in the year. At Valencia, he was in the lead group in race 1 but crashed out with Almanza, and Almanza is his next rider, his next victim in this lead group of what is now 6. Further back, Lanetta there to 58, bit isolated in 7th and 8th place for Harrison Voigt, but those two have a good ride nonetheless. Almanza on the inside of Salvador gets that job done nice and easy. That's up to 4th for him, flicking left through turn 9 then right through turn 10. No retaliation from Salvador that time around. So Almanza, I remind you, from so far down on this grid, Almanza was way back. He got the penalty. He was originally meant to start second. He will start second later on from the middle of the front row in race 2. But a really good ride this through the field from the number 22 on the purple bike in 4th position.
Salvador there on the 38 defending the position there for Farioli, and for David Salvador it is the final 2 races of his Junior GP career before he steps up to the World Championship next season, still chasing that first race victory in the class. He's always been a front runner. He's at 8 podiums, he's at 4 already this season, but until he picks up that race win, it's one of those big things that's a monkey on his back. Just
eating away at him. And we say about Almanza, oh, that was close. Salvador had to roll out of it then, I think, on Almanza as he goes through on the number 22. So Salvador up into 4th, but he almost tagged the back. Got yellow flags at turn 11. That's the right-hander at the long lap penalty. So we'll see what's happened now. Hopefully everyone is up and okay. But we say about Almanza's charge through the field, Farioli as well. Farioli scheduled to start on the 3rd row. He was a back of the grid starter, but obviously there was about 10 back of the grid starts, so he actually started from 21st. So they came through together, 20th and 21st. Almanza and Farioli are 5th and 6th in this race. So they've done the hard work, the hard yards to get up into this lead group, and what a victory it would be if they was to pull that one off. But I must say, Colin Via is looking very, very good at the moment with 5 to go.
Yeah, Via looks very comfortable. Rueda looks comfortable. And David Alonso's always been very fast here in Valencia. Whether you look back to the ETC days, Moto3 class now, he's always been very competitive here. Keep an eye on the number 80 machine. We are just seeing, though, a ride-through penalty for the 85. That's Uratuza. He hasn't taken any of his long lap penalties. That's why he's going to have he's going to have the ride-through penalty. But at least for him, that'll be the end of his penalties. He's not going to carry it forward into this afternoon's race.
No, the only other thing they could do is if he doesn't do the ride through, is probably put him in the back of the grid, and that'll be that served obviously at the start of the race. But we cross the line with 4 to go. Colin Viner, number 95, is leading. The 99 of Jose Antonio Rueda has already got this title won. Draws alongside Vire, but Vire on the brakes is superb. 4th place for Salvador. He gets ahead of the 22 of Almanza. And watching it all in 3rd place on the outside at the minute is David Alonso. As I say, he's in 3rd, he just gets shuffled back to 4th. As through comes Salvador, who is looking for that first win.
Yeah, the pace is slow at the front. They're down by 6-7 tenths of a second compared to what they're capable of doing. And so for Colin Vire, he hasn't put himself in a position to try and pull the pin a little bit at this point.
Vire sitting pretty at the top here in race 1 of the day. The number 95, 2 wins so far this season. Can he make it a 3rd? Rueda is looking for a 6th win. That would put him level with Marcos Ramirez's season a few years ago. The outright wins in the season belong to Fabio Quartararo. It's David Alonso looking on the inside. That was showing a wheel. He's almost on top of him. So Alonso getting, not impatient, but getting eager to take that 3rd place back, because he hasn't really been able to lay a glove on the 2 at the front of this field, Vire and Rueda, and you can guarantee in the last 2 laps of this one, Vire and Rueda are going to get their elbows out good and proper. But it is a proper lead group of 6. It's a 12-wheeler at the front. Both the Gasses are right there in 4th and 6th. 5th and 6th, I remind you, have come from the 7th row of the grid, whilst the top 3 in this group have all come off the front row. So positivity and different aspects of this race all the way through, and we're coming into the final few laps. 3 laps to go.
Yeah, you have to say that for Rueda on the number 99 machine, the lone Honda in that lead group, he's doing a very good job, like we've seen all the way through this campaign. And he's just kept that watching brief behind Colin Vire all the way through. You can see there, just half wheels. I'm not trying to make the move into turn 1. Keep an eye on Rueda. But Colin Vire, 2-time a race winner already this season. He's also up against that big rival of his, Rueda. So he wants to make sure that he's able to lay down a marker before the final races of the Red Bull Rookies Cup campaign next week as well. Farioli
has just gone down to 5th place. He's got ahead of David Alonso. So David Alonso, who has sat 3rd for most of this race, has gone back to 6th at the back of this group. But with 3 laps to go, it might not be a bad thing. Let the riders ahead of you do all the fighting and pick up the crumbs when they start falling. But at the moment, 95, Colin Vire has got this one, I won't say sorted, but he hasn't looked like making a mistake so far. Salvador is in 2nd now, and David Salvador, before he moves on to Moto3 World Championship action next year, surely is going to want to win, and he will throw the kitchen sink at it, although he's got to be careful, because the rider who's challenging him for 2nd place overall in the title race, Filippo Farioli, is in 4th, just 2 places behind him on track.
Yeah, if this is the first time you've been watching Junior GP, the big thing in these final few laps is this where you really see the racecraft for the riders. Who's got that little bit more smarts about them to be able to try and put their bike in the right place? Who's got the tactics down? And certainly a lot of the time here in Valencia, you see 3rd position is a good spot to be in, and going into those last couple of laps, you're able to pick off a couple of riders in front of you. But it's all going to be who drops the hammer, who really tries to open up a bit of a gap, who shows their full potential, and who does it a little bit earlier than everyone else. At the front of the field, Colin Vire hasn't really done anything at this stage to drop the pace of this race. He's just been able to keep this as a lead group. We're still in the mid 1 minute 40s, about 5 tenths of a second, 6 tenths of a second off what they're capable of doing. But you can see now for Farioli on the number 7 machine, he's now made his move up into P2, but 2 laps to go. It's still a long way to go in this race.
Great move by Farioli, 4th to 2nd, but he's back to 3rd as Rueda comes. Oh!
Almanza!
Almanza off, big high side there at turn 2, easily done. Almanza, all the hard work from the 7th over the grid. He started 20th. He was so close there. Luckily, he was all right. Wow, through on the inside comes David Alonso. The gloves have come off then, and that is what it means for the team. Almanza, all that hard work is undone. I want to say he's okay. He is obviously going to be aching after that. But Steve, that was a big get off then.
Yeah, and you can see at this stage of the race, this is where the tactics change. This is where you try and make the moves. This is where you get a little bit more aggressive. You can see there the scrap once again with Alonso picks off David Salvador, now picks off Farioli, who gets bundled out of the way as well by Salvador. But this is where the race changes, the tactics change. This is where you really get aggressive and try and hit the front.
And Rueda has hit the front. Rueda has got to the lead. And now, will he try and break them? Good to see that David Almanza is on his feet. Talk us through it.
He's on the outside here in the 22, and he's just getting overtaken by Alonso. He tries to open the gas a little bit early. There just isn't the grip there for that line and that amount of corner speed, so he gets caught out. It's unfortunate. That's where we saw Jan Biasov, his crash, again, trying to battle with Alonso, and it just shows you just how well Alonso had done on that lap, but he gets duffed up on the run into the last corner. We're into the last lap. Keep an eye on the number 80. He's obviously been able to make those moves the last few laps. Rueda at the front, though, he's going to be under pressure from Bayer.
Last lap time then here in Junior GP, race 1 of the day. Race 2 coming up later, but Rueda is the rider at the moment who has got the lead. Third place has just gone the way of Salvador. Can Colin Vire in second place launch an attack on the 99? Not at turn 2. David Alonso can on the 38 though. David Alonso up into third.
Clever riding though at the front from Rueda. He's forcing the riders to always have to go down that long way around the outside. He's putting his bike in the position to be able to defend the position.
Oh, through on the inside. Salvador took no prisoners there. That was up there at turn 4. We're through turn 5 now. Salvador back into third.
It's all going to be about what happens on the run into the last corner. You can see for Salvador in the 38, he's put himself into a spot now to be able to try and get through on the 95 of Colin Vire. But Rueda with that little bit of a margin right now.
The thing is, through this next part of the course, it is all very one line, and they're not close enough to make that what would have to be a lunge on Rueda at the moment. We know that in the last sector, though, Vire is quick. Can he make up the time?
Vire needs to build up from this point on until the last corner. The last corner is a very tight left-hander. If you're anywhere in a position to attack, you just got to dive bomb down the inside, force the other rider to sit the bike up. Salvador is worth keeping an eye on, the one, the 38. He looks like he's got good grip underneath him. He's going to be in a position to attack the 95.
This is it, the last sector, the last couple of corners. Wow, Farioli riding the berm there through turn 12, but we're through 13 now. It's going to be the last corner. It's going to be Colin Vire, 4 abreast into the last turn. Salvador has gone through the lot of them. We've got crash for Alonso. He's on the deck, he's out of it, but David Salvador has pinched it on the run to the line. He's going to do it, David, or is he? Colin Vire has done it. We got it wrong all the way up to the line. Salvador has to wait again, or does he? Or does he? Timing says Vire didn't get it by 2,000 of a second, but I thought across the line Vire had that then. We'll wait for official confirmation. But David Salvador, at the moment, the 38 has got it.
Salvador is celebrating. Colin Vire isn't. They're the riders that know it best. Salvador finally a race winner in the Junior GP class.
Confirmed. Salvador has done it. 2,000ths of a second. It doesn't get any closer. David Salvador, we saw on the run to the line, we thought he may have just been done by Colin Vire, who was absolutely charging through on the AGR KTM team. That was a fantastic final lap of the race, unless you are David Alonso, who got it all wrong. They were 4 abreast into the last turn. Alonso just couldn't quite get there, but David Salvador, how many times? It's a 5th podium, but more importantly, in his 2022 season and indeed his career, it is a first victory, and it's the first win for Husqvarna this year. David Alonso, the Colombian rider, is still down. That was a big get-off. This is what happened. Alonso, he's got it. Oh, he's sliding on the way in. He tagged Salvador. Salvador is so lucky there to stay on. Rueda misses it all, but it was a bit of a flyer from David Alonso. And then the run to the line, Salvador, I tell you what, that is very, very close. Salvador and Vire. I thought Vire had that then, but the timing is obviously correct. And Salvador does take it, and the 38 will be elated with that one. What a sensational finish. Another winner then in Junior GP, David Salvador, and with that, I would almost say he has second place on the in the title wrapped up, because he finished first. Filippo Farioli, his nearest rival, finished in third place. There's a difference of 9. The difference coming into this race was 15, so the difference now coming out of this race is 24. Obviously, there's 25 for a win. Ignore that graphic. Colin Via didn't crash. He's there in the number 95 is coming into pit lane. So second place in the title for David Salvador isn't done officially, but it is mathematically now very tough for Filippo Farioli. Having said that, a DNF for Salvador later on in race 2 versus a win for Farioli would give him that second place overall. And don't forget Shamafoudin Asman, who was also mathematically in contention for that place, crashed out earlier on. So actually in terms of the championship, Salvador winning with Farioli in third, Asman, Piqueras, Alonso and Cruces not scoring any major points really, has been a fantastic turn of events for him. As the riders arrive back in Parc Ferme, Salvador, this will feel like a very, very, very good victory. I mean, he has looked good so many times throughout 2022 and also last year when he was on the factory TM racing machine. He has looked in very good condition. He has been one of the riders who you always think, why has he not got that race win? And for no obvious reason. It's always been misfortune or a slipstream or something has got in the way. We remember, cast our minds back to Jerez when he was in that lead group with Colin Via and he crashed out with 2 corners to go on the last lap and you just think, oh, is it ever going to come? Well, it has now, and that is fantastic for the number 38, David Salvador. And there will be big cheers in Parc Ferme. He's a really popular guy in the paddock, and that sound says it all. So at last, a victory for Salvador, and a great job, not just for Salvador. Look at the tears down here, the scenes in Parc Ferme for Salvador. Very, very emotional stuff. He will go to the Moto3 World Championship in 2022, so big things to come from this man, I'm sure. Some would say he should have been on the grid this year, but he, in the end, couldn't quite get there. He's got a proper chance next year, and that is what matters, because, you know, with that, it is a very, very strong ride. That is a comfortable win against this man, Colin Via, who's second. His face doesn't look too pleased with it, I must say, because he wouldn't be, because he's going to think he had that on the line. I still think he did have it on the line, but never mind. After all of that, Colin Via, he led the race very, very comfortably. And I can tell you that David Salvador, with that victory, becomes the 25th different Spanish winner since 2012 in the Junior GP category. And he's the 53rd since the category was introduced, obviously back in the day in 1998, in the 125 class. So David Salvador adding his name to history there in terms of Spanish race winners. And of course, there's been plenty of Spanish race winners who've gone on to become world champions multiple times. Danny Pedrosa, Jorge Lorenzo, and more. This is that last corner. You can see that Alonso just gets it all wrong and he's thrown over the top. That is going to hurt. Hopefully he's okay. Piqueras, it's Rueda who's out wide, the number 99. And I still think that's so close. 0.02 of a second Via versus Salvador, but it is Salvador who's got it. So Via denied that third victory of 2022, but he will have another chance, of course, later on to do it. And of course, later on, the penalties that applied to this grid won't apply, so we'll see the likes of David Almanza and Filippo Farioli go from their original starting position. And I must say, we haven't really spoke about it enough. Filippo Farioli there in third position. Fantastic from the 7th row of the grid. But it's time to hear from the race winner for the first time. David Salvador, race winner in Junior GP.
David Salvador, finally a race win in Junior GP, but talk us through that last lap.
Yes, incredible. I am very happy for me, for my team, because this year your job is very, very good. And yes, it was very difficult race because the calling your pace is very fast. But yet in the last corner, I go to the overtake to Rueda and Colin. Finally, victory is amazing. Thank you to all the people who support me and to my fans and my sponsor, my team. And this victory is for all.
Congratulations. David, some words in Spanish as well.
Buah, ha sido una carrera muy emocionante, muchos adelantamientos, ritmo rápido por la parte de Colin, que hemos estado haciendo todo el rato 40s. Y al final he visto la posibilidad, no tenía en mente ganar porque estaba pensando un poco también en el subcampeonato, pero me he visto la oportunidad y digo, ¿por qué no? Me tiro aquí en la última curva y mira, al final la primera victoria del año. Quiero agradecer a todo mi equipo, a toda la gente que ha venido a verme, a los patrocinadores y sobre todo al equipo que ha hecho un gran curro durante todo el año.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
What a way to sign off the first race of the final round of this season. Colin Vire, though, got the whole shot. He was looking on for a victory all the way through this stage. He had a crash further back. That was Sire Food in Asman. Second place in the title hopes done at turn 1. Meanwhile, the race continued, and it was Vire ahead of Rueda for the most part of it. Alonso pushing and shoving his way through. Harrison Voigt in the early stages, number 29, looking good. Rueda, the champion already crowned a couple of rounds ago, was momentarily in the lead, but it was David Salvador who, around half-race distance, really started making moves, as did David Alonso. He was really keen to repeat his Valencia success from early on in this season and go for a second win of the campaign. Facundo Yambias, the Uruguayan rider, number 94, was in the mix, but not for long. He tucked the front to turn 2 in the second half of this race, and he was down and out, but he'll have a chance to repeat it later in race 2. David Almanza was trying to go around the outside of all of them. He came from the 7th over the grid, as did Filippo Farioli. Farioli, of course, having a long lap as well as the back of the grid start. Angel Piqueras in the background had crashed out, but at the front, Jose Antonio Rueda was the rider, now starting to push the pace. Piqueras was just pushing his bike back to pit lane. Vire was once again in the lead, whilst Almanza had this massive high side, and it all came down to the final corner. David Alonso got it completely wrong. He tagged the back of David Salvador. We thought Salvador was going to get pipped on the line by Colin Vire, but apparently Salvador's the winner. The number 38, a 25th different Spanish winner in the Junior GP class. 0.02 of a second between the pair of them in one of the closest finishes in the 25 years of Junior GP action. Plenty of atmosphere and emotion down in Parc Ferme. David Salvador, at last, a winner.
Emocionante esta carrera.
And now it's time for the podium ceremony. A Spaniard, a Dutchman and an Italian in the top 3.
Representado por Jaime Fernández.
Jaime Fernandez with the for the team's trophy. 26 titles in the Leglis Academy history, which is mightily impressive. One of the teams that have really given so much to motorcycle racing's young talent. Filippo Farioli, third in the race, third in the championship. It's not mathematically over. Second for Colin Vire, denied a third win of the year, but it's a first win for David Salvador. Handshakes and respects right across the podium. Ignacio Verneda, the FIM Deputy President, giving out the trophies. And of course, we'll get the championship trophies later on as well. Farioli 24 points now behind Salvador in the championship standings, if my maths are correct, which is always dubious, of course, when you're in the moment. But I make it Salvador 24 points ahead of Farioli for second. It can still be mathematically done by the Italian, but it looks like Salvador's got this one in the bag. You saw on the podium there, Joe Kelso. Kelso, of course, in the Moto3 World Championship, where these guys will surely be heading very, very soon. Salvador for sure. And Ivan Ortola, Moto3 World Championship rider, giving out the trophy for David Salvador. Those two rivals, of course, in the past, probably rivals as well in the future. He's got a year of data, I think that is, if my poor Spanish is correct. I think it's a year of data or internet at least. Different Spanish winner in the Moto3/Junior GP class since its introduction in 2012. David Salvador signed his name in history, and there'll be plenty of Prosecco DOC sprayed on the podium. But celebrations, of course, won't be too crazy because they've got another race later on today, the final race of the FIM Network FIM Junior GP World Championship season that closes our program later on. That's coming up in a few hours' time, though. Plenty more action between now and then. Steve's joined me back in the comms box. Steve, first win for Salvador. That was a heck of a race.
Yeah, and it was a super way to take it as well. Salvador obviously moving up to the World Championship next year, but this is a nice way for him to cap off his Junior GP career.
Salvador, a winner at last by 0.02 of a second. Of course, there's no change for David Almanza. In 12th place there for the Brits watching on back in the UK and elsewhere. Eddie O'Shea isn't here this weekend. He had surgery for an injury sustained prior to the event, and he's recovering. Full focus on 2023 for Eddie. Sharil was in that group in the top 10, so Sharil will pick up good points there in 18th place for the junior talent team riders, along with Arbi Aditama. And of course, Tachkorn Bouazri, who is a race winner in 2022, back in the first race of the year at Estoril. Jacob Ralston with 2 points to his name as well for Australia. A titanic first race at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo here in Cheste, Valencia. Colin Vire looked like he had it done, but instead it was a first ever win for David Salvador, with Husqvarna on top in race 1. Plenty more action to come. Moto 2, ETC and Junior GP Race 2 later this afternoon. But at last, David Salvador, a race winner in Junior GP. Hawker's European Talent Cup action really is where the big stars of the future start their path and on the road to MotoGP. The final round of their season comes from the Circuit Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. 4 kilometres in length with 14 turns and a long straight of just short of 900 metres. Hawker's European Talent Cup action is always interesting. It's always a fight at the front, and with a title on the line this weekend between Guido Pini and Joel Esteban, who knows what may well happen this weekend. A wonderful display in the paddock here in Valencia. 25 years creating and celebrating with stars of the future. Champions with names such as Casey Stoner, Fabio Quartararo, Pecco Bagnaia, Jorge Lorenzo, Dani Pedrosa, and plenty more. It's a massive talent pool, and that is what they go on to become. This is where the path starts. Hawker's European Talent Cup is not the bottom class in this paddock, it's where the talent is given that opportunity. It's where it's a proving ground for your future and your pathway up through the ranks of motorcycle racing. The final round of the season here in the company of myself, Kiko Giles, and alongside me, Steve English. We've had a belting Junior GP. Race 1, Steve, what can we expect here? The title will be decided in this race.
Yeah, more of the same in ETC, you'd imagine, and certainly it is a championship to be decided. Pini versus Esteban, worth keeping an eye on.
This is what happened last time out at Motorland Aragon. A double billing for these guys. And that was at the end of that for Dodo Boggio. Boggio had a title chance coming into that weekend. This was a nasty accident for Evan Belford and Casma Daniel. That brought out the red flag. Whilst at the front, Max Martinez versus Guido Pini was the call of the day. Pini with a first win of his season. As the emotions flowed, they'd barely settled down for race 2 later on in the day. And yet again, it was Max Martinez who was leading the way, the outgoing champion of the class. However, on the last lap, it was Casey O'Gorman of Ireland who came storming through, and the number 67 took a first victory. And he goes from a first pole this weekend too. Casey O'Gorman is in form, and whilst we're on that subject, Steve, pole position in this class, we spoke with Michael Laverty yesterday. O'Gorman had set that fast time in the first qualifying session. Laverty himself wasn't even sure if he needed to go out in qualifying 2. Such was the pace of Casey yesterday. Indeed, of course, he did go out in the second session. But O'Gorman in a sweet spot right now.
Yeah, first pole for O'Gorman, half a second underneath the lap record. It's pretty impressive stuff, really, and certainly for O'Gorman, the expectation is you'll see him on a Junior GP bike next season. He's got a lot of talent. He's been looked after, whether it's by MLav or in the past by Shaky Byrne as well. So he's got a lot of experience he's able to call upon, and he looks really good. We've seen it all the way through this season, especially in the Red Bull Rookies Cup. He's been very competitive.
This is what happened in qualifying then. Let's hear from Casey O'Gorman.
In qualifying 1, I make one very fast lap, and I think that this is good enough for the pole. So in the second session, I wait a little bit to watch the other riders to see how they go, and then towards the end I go out and I go fast again. Well, tomorrow I hope to have a good start in the final race. I want to end the season well. I think maybe it's possible to break away because quite far to second position. So tomorrow I hope to win.
A 41.291 took Casey O'Gorman to pole and well under the lap record. And get well soon, Eddie. That is in reference to Eddie O'Shea. Eddie O'Shea is in the paddock this weekend. He is watching on from trackside and his full focus on 2023. But about Casey O'Gorman, look at that upturn in form. Third, fourth, first, and a first pole of his career this weekend. Can he back up that win last time out?
Yeah, even earlier in the season, he was very strong in Estoril at the opening round of the year. He's been consistently at the front of the field in the ETC. Red Bull Rookies Cup as well, though he's been able to get himself into those lead groups as well. So he does look like a rider with a big future, certainly being brought forward by Michael Laverty and his Vision Track team. That's going to put him on the right path as well.
O'Gorman then going from pole position, the number 67 winner last time out, but all eyes are going to be on the next rider on this grid, Guido Pini. The number 93 took that first win last time out. And here he is, the AC Racing Team Championship leader. And he's ready to go and get them. He's clawed back all the points. And with one win, 4 podiums as well, he is leading his championship, but it is by a small margin.
Yeah, you can see, though, it's pretty much been top 5 all the way through the season for Guido. He's been very competitive. He's also raced in the Italian Italian Moto 3 Championship this season as well, where he's been able to pick up a couple of race wins. But in ETC, it's all been about that consistency and building all the way through the campaign for him.
He was a first-time winner last time out, and that took him to 3 points clear of Joel Esteban in the standings. Esteban dominant earlier on in the season. They are the only two who can win it. There's only one race for the Hawkers European Talent Cup this weekend. So who will it be? This is Joel Esteban. He is 5th on the grid for today's race, 2nd in the championship, 2 points back. As we say, dominant winner, dominant rider earlier on in the season. 3 race wins, nothing since then though, just 3 podiums. And contrasting seasons. Lots of high peaks for Esteban, lots of solid consistency for Pini. Which one tends to come out on top after all of that? What's history telling us, Steve?
Oh, thanks for putting me on the spot like
No
that,
problem.
Kiko.
Anytime, there's a bus coming in a minute.
I think that the big thing for it is just who's going to keep the cool head. And certainly what we've seen through the course of this weekend so far is we're going to have a lot of riders at the front of the field. So it is going to be about making sure that you're able to keep yourself in those podium spots. If you finish on the podium for one of the 2 title contenders, they're going to win this championship in all likelihood.
Absolutely. In short, if it's top 3, whoever beats the other one takes the title. It is as simple as that. Number 47, just saw him on your screens there, Dodo Boggio. Said it back at Jerez, but what a name. Aspar Junior Team, 15-year-old. His teammate is up for the title, but his compatriot is as well in a different team. So it'll be interesting to see what Boggio's role will be. I imagine team orders will be taking precedent over there. He was a non-starter at Portimao and Aragon from pole in race 2, following his race 1 crash. Brian Uriarte heading up the 2nd row of the grid, 5th in the championship, 2 wins this season, but another rider who has had some big inconsistencies.
Yeah, he's been on form though lately, 3 top 5s in a row, and he's a very fast rider. Indeed, last year here in Valencia, this is where he really came to the fore with a podium, so expect to see Uriarte able to run at the front, but if he's going to be able to take a race victory, it's probably not going to be a match for what we saw earlier in the season from him. Barcelona in particular, he was really impressive.
Charlie Nesbitt there, just alongside this young man. This is number 57, Johnny Garnes. He's only 14, and he has dominated the 2022 British Talent Cup. He's come in here with a top 10 at best of 8th place at Portimao, and for the first time, top 10 on the grid too.
Yeah, Johnny's been pretty impressive all the way through this season. Obviously in the British Talent Cup he's been the rider to beat, but he's actually made the jump into ETC to be pretty competitive as well, and that shows well. Next season is the big step for him though, obviously.
27, Rico Salmela, the Team Australia Galicia rider from Finland, again 14 years old, aiming to become the first Finnish winner in ETC, and he's had 2 podiums this year, one of which is here at Valencia.
Yeah, and we saw there he was inside the top 5 both races in Valencia earlier this season, so we know Rico's going to be pretty competitive all the way through.
We have got a pole sitter in Casey Gorman. He won last time out. Can he convert it? We are just moments away from lights out and the decider in this Hawkers European Talent Cup of 2022. Who will it be? Guido Pini goes from the middle of the front row. Joel Esteban goes from the middle of the 2nd row. Casey O'Gorman from a career first pole, looking to back up a win that he first achieved last time out in Aragon. Kiko Giles and Steve English bringing you this title deciding action in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. It is always one of the best classes, one of the highlights of this paddock, and we have got a showdown in prospect here at the circuit. Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. It's cloudy here, it isn't baking hot, it isn't sunny like it was yesterday, but it's dry, so we should get a traditional pack race at the front of the field. Who is it going to be, Steve, who comes out on top at the end of this race?
I have to say, Kiko, for me, one of the big things is the ETC. We always talk about the Junior GP paddock as being where the stars of tomorrow come from. It's this class where they really come from. When you look at over the last 6 years, we've had so many stars have made their name in ETC. Manuel Gonzalez was the first champion in the class. He's gone on to be a world champion in 300s. He's a Moto2 regular, been very competitive there as well this season. You look at Xavi Artigas, Izan Guevara just after being crowned a Moto3 world champion. David Alonso is a Red Bull Rookies Cup champion, and he's going to be in the Moto3 World Championship next season. And then last year's winner, Max Martinez. Keep an eye out for Martinez. He's on the number 28. He's starting 27th on the grid. He should have been on the front row of the grid, so he's a rider that's going to come through the pack, you'd imagine. But as it comes down to it, it is all about who's going to be the ETC winner this season, and only 3 points separating Guido Pini on that number 93 machine. He's going to start on the front row of the grid. And then also our second in the championship standings, Joel Esteban, the number 78 machine. 3 points behind, 3 spots behind on the grid as well. So keep an eye out for Esteban from the second row of the grid to see what he's able to do. He was the form rider at the start of the campaign. Guido's been consistent all the way through the season. I tell you what, if Guido wants to pick his moment to have his best race of the year, now's the time for it, and win this championship in style. So the number 93, definitely easy to find on track with that black and luminous livery, but we're going to see if anyone's going to be able to take him in that lead group. But Pini, certainly, he's the rider that you'd imagine has that consistency to give him the confidence to be able to take the crown.
Just want to touch on a couple of things. We touched on that 7th row with Rico Salmela. He's joined by Ruche Moodley on the Finetwork Mir Racing team, and Jesus Rios, whose birthday it was yesterday, the 15-year-old now from Marbella. Further back, lots of riders to keep an eye on, particularly Gonzalo Perez, the number 25, starts 25th. Bad run of form at the moment, he'll want that to change. And the outgoing champion, Maximo Martinez, number 28, he starts 27th. He should have been on the front row, but was penalised for slow riding in all sectors. I just want to get a quick question across to you, Steve. Strategy in this race. Is there going to be one, or is it just go for broke from lights out?
I always love your optimism, Kiko, that in ETC there's going to be a strategy. Your strategy stay at the front. This is everyone out there on identical machinery. It's up to the rider to make the difference. But it is also a case of, will we see a little bit of a split out there? Generally speaking, the top 10 stay really close to each other around here in Valencia, so you've got to make sure that you're able to convert a decent grid position and stay at the front. If you're the likes of Max Martinez further down the field, you've got to make a really good start from the back of the grid to try and put yourself in a position to be able to attack.
Final race of the Hawkers European Talent Cup season. It is a decider. 93 Pini leads by 3 points from 78 Joel Esteban, but the 67 of Casey O'Gorman goes to pole, and we are off and running for the final time. Great start. Guido Pini got an absolute launch there. He's going to be in contention all the way down to the first turn, but Casey O'Gorman versus the number 51 of Brian Uriarte. O'Gorman tried to sweep in. Uriarte momentarily leads. O'Gorman fights back. We've got riders running well out on the car park down there already, and Joel Esteban is already making his move up into second place. Joel Esteban, a race winner here. Oh, we got Crasher. That is the 24 who has gone down. That's Guillaume Plonk. So Plonk from the 4th row of the grid, I think, has gone down there at turn 2, but back at the front, Joel Esteban was through up into second place. That is a great start from him.
Yeah, Max Martinez with a good start as well. He's up there inside the top 10 or thereabouts. But it did look off the line that we might have had someone a little bit fast. It might have been Moodley from the 4th row of the grid, but we'll see if there's any notification on that. But maybe Moodley just timed it to perfection.
Great spot that, Steve. Very, very good there. I didn't see that at all. O'Gorman leading then at the front, the 67. Of course, a race winner last time out, ahead of Esteban. Uriarte, Pini in 4th at the moment. 5th place is Salmela. 6th place, just coming through. I think that was Rios on the inside. It was Rios, the birthday boy from yesterday, on the inside of Garnes. But Garnes is biting back. We've got yellow flags at turn 10. I'm not sure who that will be. We've got the bike being pushed away. The rider is on his feet. We can see that from the commentary position. So we'll catch up with who that is in a moment. At the front, what? The inside, Salmela. Dive bombing Pini. You could really do without that, could the 93 Italian. That is a real disaster. He's being pushed back here as Esteban tries to make his way to the front. Yeah,
it was Enzo Ballon that crashed out on the opening lap as well. But 17-lap race here in the European Talent Cup. This is a long race for these riders to try and stay at the front, but really good from Esteban, 78. The championship contender, trying to make sure he's in a position to be able to win this from the front.
Pini's going backwards here. Garnes has just come through. Johnny Garnes, this is fantastic. Up into 5th. I think he's just got a bit wide though. Maybe back down 6th, but Pini looking a bit shaky so far. Esteban is the one who's looking cool.
Yeah, look at Max Martinez, the number 28. Last year he was the ETC winner. He's already up. Don't trust that graphic at the bottom of the shot. I think he's up inside the top 10 already.
Unbelievable stuff from the 28. This is the last time you'll see it. A great spot. 2 long lap penalties for Ruche Moodley. Brilliant spot, Steve. You got that absolutely nailed on. So Moodley, the number 21 FIM Network, Mia Racing Team, yellow helmet, 21. He's in the back of that group, just out of shot. He'll have a double long lap penalty, so he's got to serve that. I think the double long lap is within 5 laps of it being shown to him, so he'll get this lap and then 5 laps from the next one.
Yeah, we saw Joel Esteban just run out a little bit wide onto the back straight as well. If we've noticed it, the race director has noticed it as well, so we're obviously going to keep an eye on that as well. We know track limits, that could be what decides the ETC winner.
Yellow flags at turn 8 and turn 10. Not sure why that is. Can't see anything from our commentary position at the moment.
I wonder, is it Aguilar has gone down because he's dropped down the timing screens?
We'll keep an eye on it. We'll bring it to you when we can. But at the moment, all eyes on this title fight. I said Guido Pini was just looking a bit shaky when he was in the battles there on the first couple of laps. He's settled himself back down now. He's calmed himself in. He's got his head down, and now he's chasing them front 3 ahead of him. Joel Esteban on the 78, looking to try and take advantage of that slipstream. He does go through, but Esteban, he knows O'Gorman with nothing to lose here. O'Gorman's not in this title fight. He is going for this race win as Pini moves through into 3rd. But as it stands, Esteban 2nd, Pini 3rd, does not give Pini the title. It goes the way of Esteban by a point if it stays like that. Martinez, fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, and don't forget that for Esteban, he has picked up those race wins at the start of the season as well, those first 3 races. So we know on a count back, he's got that advantage as well. Max Martinez there, the rider running out wide just as he makes the move on Johnny Garnes as well.
Pini through into 2nd, so lap 3, Pini moves into 2nd. That does give him the title as it stands. Of course, we've got 15 laps to go. It's a long race, as you said at the top of this programme. Esteban's trying to fight straight back. He knows he has to. He knows he has to beat Pini. That's the bottom line. He cannot have Pini ahead of him at all, otherwise there is no title for the 78.
Yeah, this is where he needs to keep a cool head though, Joel Esteban. We've seen it whenever he's on form this season, he's really strong, but he's had those off weekends as well, whereas the number 93 of Pini's been really consistent all the way through the campaign. That's what he's built his championship challenge on.
78 versus 90 for 2nd is just allowing the 67 of O'Gorman to break away, dare I say, break away in a Hawkers European Talent Cup race. What am I on about? But it does give him that luxury of being able to take his own lines, let's say.
Well, the one thing is that at the front of the field, Casey O'Gorman doesn't have to care about the championship. He's in the scrap for 3rd in the standings, but certainly for O'Gorman and Max Martinez, there's 11 points between them. That's not their target for this season. They want to win races and they want to be able to build themselves up for next season as well. But certainly O'Gorman's done a really good job here in the opening lap. But keep an eye out for Martinez, last year's ETC winner, the number 28 there with the pink helmet. He's just gradually easing his way through that group. And again, like I said, he's not going to have to mind too much about it.
We've just seen a replay there. That was the jump start of Ruche Moodley. 21, centre of screen.
Yeah, and it's an easy shout to be able to spot that one, and Moodley's going to have a double long lap penalty for that, but he's actually looked pretty competitive in this race as well, so it's a big shame for him that he's not going to be able to take advantage of a good qualifying position on the 4th row of the grid, and fair enough, he's jumped the start, but his pace has been consistent in this race.
We are seeing that Esteban is through into 2nd. All riders out wide. That was Garnes and Boggio. That's wide at turn 6. Not quite sure what happened then. It looked like they might have just tangled. But either way, that's cost him a lot of time. Just seeing anyway that Esteban through in 2nd ahead of Uriarte, and 4th place now in this race, 3rd in that kind of 2nd group-ish, the yellow and black of Pini, who's now looking on the inside of Uriarte. Knows he's got to make the move, but he's got to make it clean. Plenty of people watching on here for the Hawkers European Talent Cup title decider, but 67, Casey O'Gorman has really hit a purple patch of form. He is looking really good at the front.
Yeah, coming into the season, Casey was a rider a lot of people expected a lot of. He's actually been able to live up to the billing in the last 3 or 4 rounds. You're in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, he's been very competitive as well, so that's always good indication of where the riders are at. Just looking at it right now, Guido Pini just getting bullied a little bit, but he's consistently finding a way to just try and make sure he's able to stay with Joel Esteban.
Yeah, he's looking good so far. Esteban and Uriarte doing battle ahead of him will at least give Pini a little bit of comfort from the fact that Esteban doesn't look like he's got this pace to clear off, which we were seeing. Ooh, O'Gorman out wide there, and so Salmella in the background. Yeah,
quite a few riders just running out onto the green paint there, and that's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on. As it is right now, none of the leading riders have been given a track limits warning, so most of them just with that 1 infringement up to this point.
So far, so good for the leading riders. O'Gorman from Uriarte, from Esteban and Pini. That's 3rd and 4th at the moment. Ha! It's level on points. Can you believe it? If you put the flag out now, it would be level for the championship lead. It would go and count back to Esteban as Uriarte makes his move through. 2 wins for Uriarte this year. He has been very, very fast when he has had his day. O'Gorman sweeping straight back through that. O'Gorman's very, very comfortable at the front. I'll just give you a quick run through of the top 6. O'Gorman, Uriarte, Pini, Esteban, Martinez and Rios. The number 45, Jesus Rios there in 6th. 7th and just a bit detached, Rico Salmela and Johnny Gardes. A fine ride so far, up in 8th place.
Yeah, Guido Pini there on the 93, just trying almost a half wheel on Uriarte. For Pini on the 93, he knows that he can't afford to make a mistake, so he's not going to put his bike in a position that could lead to an incident with another rider, unless it's with Joel Esteban, his championship rival.
Pini, of course, if he's ahead of Esteban, has got this title done. It is as simple as that. If the 93 finishes ahead of the 78, that is the title.
I love the fact that you say it's as simple as that. It is the European Talent Cup. All these bikes out there, absolutely identical, so you can lose a lot of positions very quickly just by a little bit of a loss of momentum or the slipstream at the wrong time. And speaking of that, there's the slipstream at the wrong time. Joel Esteban now up into 2nd. Pini's going to try and answer back into T2 potentially.
Rouchet Moodley out wide in the background, number 21 with the yellow helmet, as Martinez looks now to try and get in the fight. He is, of course, the 2021 champion, but he's got no mathematical chance of keeping that crown going into next year.
You have to say, Moodley just willing to double down on the penalties as well. He's obviously got his jump start, 2 long lap penalties. He's ran out wide through turn 1 a couple of times as well. Just looking at Carter Thompson as well, you can see the number 50 there, the AGR rider. Thompson, he's been pretty impressive at times in the past, especially in the Asia Talent Cup, and he's a rider that's been earmarked for success by the likes of Damo Cudlin in the past as well. So Cudlin's been able to be an advisor to him, and certainly he thinks that Carter's got a lot of talent to be able to come through.
Yeah, Carter looking very, very good at the moment. He was one of the riders actually to keep an eye on looking down the grid. He was looking very, very good across Friday and Saturday here, but for whatever reason, just not with that lead group. As Pini makes that move again up at turn 10, Moodley serves one of his 2 long lap penalties.
Yeah, for Carter, he did get a back of the grid penalty. That's why he was pushed down the order for the start of this race, but he's been able to make a good recovery since then.
The team watching on then for Rouchet Moodley. He's got another penalty to go. He's going to be out of this battle for the lead, one would imagine, barring miracles, as Martinez moves through on Esteban, and now Esteban has got he's got a bike between him and the rider that he needs to beat, so not ideal from Esteban, but of course 12 laps still to go as they cross the line, make that 11.
Yeah, we're at 1/3 distance, just seeing as well that Moodley has been given a track limits warning as well, so we know he's obviously got 2 long laps for the jump start, and now he's been put on mark as well by the race stewards. That's Joel Esteban running out wide there as well in the 78. That's the 2nd time that we've seen him run out wide as well, so very early in the race to have a couple of marks against your name.
Wonder if nerves are just creeping in. This is obviously for the title, and for these riders, they are so young, it is probably the first opportunity they get at a major title in their career, so there's a lot on the line here. Out front, O'Gorman and Uriarte knocking spots off each other in front of Pini at the moment. They're not in this title race, they are going for wins and wins only. Yeah,
and certainly at the front for O'Gorman, he's shown that all he wants to do is lead this race. He wants to stay at the front. Uriarte, though, he had his first podium in ETC here a year ago. He's been able to pick up a couple of race wins this season as well. He's a rider always competitive whenever he's got a good bike underneath him to get to the front, but consistency's been a bit of an issue for him over the course of the last couple of years. But when the bike's working well, he's always on form.
We're looking at Pini in 3rd place. So far, the championship leader, put the flag out now, the champion, and that's Jesus Rios now. The 45 has got ahead of the 78 of Joel Esteban, so Joel Esteban going a little bit backwards, back to 6th now.
Yeah, that happened whenever we saw Esteban run out wide at turn 1, so Rios on the 45, he's being competitive. You can see there from Martinez down the inside, and certainly for Pini on the 93, he's not going to be leaning in on someone like last year's ETC winner.
No, Max Martinez has got a reputation for getting his elbows out and really leaving nothing on the table, so I think Pini will cede that position for his own benefit, but now he is 4th and 5th with Esteban behind him. Alex De Angelis watching on. De Angelis looking to see if Pini, who he supported obviously, can deliver the goods for Italy. He's in 4th at the moment, Pini. That's good enough with Esteban in 6th, and actually if you even swap them around, ooh, that's close through there at turn 4. If you swap them around though, Esteban 4th and Pini 6th, it will go on countback the way of Esteban. Esteban, we remind you, oh, we got a crash in the background. Don't know who that was. It could have been, I might have been David Gonzalez. I'm going to take a guess at that. It may have been a bit further down, maybe Alcina, but we'll get to that shortly. But we had a crash in the background at turn 4. It was none of your lead runners.
It was Dodo Boggio.
It was Boggio.
Boggio, who had just set the fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago as well. So for well, Boggio's fallen down our timing screen as well. You thought it might have been Gonzalez. Maybe they were involved.
It was
That is Boggio.
It was Boggio.
Just walking away there with the yellow helmet.
So Dodo Boggio, last race of this season. Jobbo Boggio, I think we can go there for the final time, and that's that one out the way. But Dodo Boggio, a crasher, then the number 47. Out, but at least he's up and okay. We just saw in the back a shot, I presume turn 4 will be a front end as Max Martinez makes his move for second place. Uriarte's going to have to run down the straight though, gets the job done. 4th for Jesus Rios, 5th and 6th. You couldn't make out, they're tied together, they're joined at the hip. Pini and Esteban.
Yeah, it's a shame there for Boggio, though. It has been a strong season from 2 wins, 4 podiums, but he's probably going to move on to a Junior GP bike next season, and that's when we'll really be able to see what he's able to do. Just looking at the back of this lead group, you can see the number 11, that's David Gonzalez, who just ran out wide. It does look like at this stage that Johnny Garnett, he's just holding up that second group, but he's doing a good job to consistently keep himself at the front of that second group. As it is, you've got 7 bikes out in front. This works well for the likes of Esteban and Pini because you're able to really focus on the riders in the group now, as opposed to having, you know, half the field together like you can easily have an ETC.
Exactly, and they're at that point of the group where there's only one rider behind the pairing of them. So we've got a long lap penalty.
That's Rouchet Moodley.
That's Rouchet Moodley again, this time for track limits.
So for Moodley, it's gone from bad to worse, but that's a shame for him to end his season like that.
Esteban going through, I think, on Pini there. It looked like Pini was a little bit wide. Maybe the move had already been done. But these are the two that are on the title, with the title on the line. And Pini, with half race distance coming into view, knows that he wants to be ahead of Esteban just in case that red flag possibility, which there always is in motorcycle racing, at 2/3.
Yeah, and certainly for all these riders, they know what they're trying to scrap it out for. It's podiums, race wins, or the title, and certainly with Guido Pini there on the 93, he's just making sure that he's staying as safe as possible away from a lot of the other riders, but he knows that all he has to do is beat his rival, and that's the number 78 machine. So good riding up to this point from Pini on the 93, but it's still going to go all the way down to the wire. We're only at half distance now.
Bit of a gap at the top. Oh, it's Esteban, as I interrupt myself. Esteban goes through at turn 1 on Rios and Pini, but a gap at the front just starting to form. I think the 2 fastest riders on this track of O'Gorman and Martinez. Martinez now briefly in the lead. O'Gorman's going to have that back at turn 3, one would imagine. Yes, 67 comes through on the 28. But them two just breaking away. They are the fastest riders on this track right now. The question is whether Uriarte can go with them.
Uriarte can go with them. What's different between the likes of Esteban and Pini is that for Esteban, he's able to pick off a couple of riders at once on the run into turn 1, but he's making good safe moves, just making them in towards turn 1. As it is for Guido Pini, he's having to try and make the moves in a couple of different spots. We've seen him into the last corner on a few occasions. But we've also seen Joel Esteban ran out wide again on this lap. So that's at least 3 times we've seen that. That's definitely going to be something that's going to be worth keeping an eye on.
3 times in the Grand Prix class, the MotoGP. I'm sure it's a warning. 5 times a penalty. So if we've seen it 3 times, believe us when we say Race Direction have also seen it 3 times. But at the front, Casey O'Gorman doing a very solid job here. The Irishman living in Kent at the moment. Number 67 with a win last time out at Aragon, starting from that career first pole position. And with 8 laps to go, he's looking very, very good at the front. But Max Martinez, reigning champion, looking to try and capitalise. As through on the inside goes Guido Pini. Looked like he got it a little bit wrong though, a little bit wide. And through as back, no he hasn't. Jesus Rios has not come back through. So 5th place now for Pini. 4th place for Esteban. That is good enough for the title now.
Esteban has been given a warning for track limits. That's his pit board just letting him know as well. So he now knows that he can't really afford to step out of line again, and we've still got a third of the race to go.
Yeah, and I just wonder with Pini, he's seen a lot of Esteban in front of him. I wonder if Pini's seen that. I'm obviously not going to have that in mind just in case. But Pini will be aware if Esteban's running out off the track, I'm sure. Esteban with the fastest lap of the race, 41.5. Not quite on the pole position times, but it's not far off. A quarter of a second slower than O'Gorman's pole time. But Pini, Pini got that done there at turn 6. So Pini moving through, and that again changes everything. Esteban now not in a title position.
You can see though for Pini on the 93, he's making the moves like that only on Esteban. He's not being aggressive with any other rider, only with Joel, so he's doing what he can to make sure he's able to hit the front of that championship battle. But as it is, still a long way to go in this race. The Aspar team there looking on, their man is Joel Esteban, and he's just lost another spot.
Yeah, that's Jesus Rios who's come through, so Esteban, as a look behind him, sees it's Salmela and only the Finnish rider. So Esteban knows that there is not a big group. I say not a big group in comparison to what we've seen at other points this year. Of course, if you're new to Junior GP and you haven't seen any racing, go and check it out. It's all available on YouTube, full races throughout the course of this season. We have got 6 laps to go when they cross the line. O'Gorman still leading ahead of Martinez, Uriarte, Pini, Rios, Esteban and Salmela. The Finnish rider there in 7th. 50 in 8th place is Carter Thompson. Then it's Gonzalez and Pau Alsina in 10th. Just got done actually by Johnny Garnett. So battles all the way down. Salmela out wide. That'll be track limits for him. Max Martinez back to 3rd. Uriarte into 2nd, but no one able at the minute to consistently stay ahead of O'Gorman. It's a bit like what happened earlier in Junior GP with Colin Vire leading. No one, big move there for Rios, but no one able to really consistently stay ahead of the race leader.
Yeah, and for O'Gorman, he wants to be at the front of the field. He doesn't want to drop down the positions. He's always trying to maintain that. But if you stay at the front, it's very difficult in the final couple of laps, just because all these bikes are low horsepower and all identical, so it's all about the slipstream. So do you really want to be leading in those final couple of laps? As it is though, when you're out in front in this kind of position at this stage of the race, you're also able to stay out of trouble, because you can see now it's starting to get a little bit more handbagsy in the scrap between the other riders. And certainly with Guido Pini, we saw that he got mugged a little bit earlier in the lap. He's been able to get himself through on Rios again, and certainly for the other riders outside the championship battle, they know that for Joel Esteban and Guido Pini, they're going to be racing with one eye on each other, and the other just on making sure that they're able to avoid getting themselves into any issues.
Just out of this group and at the foot of the top 10, Johnny Garnett has been given a track along that penalty. I didn't even see the track limits warning. Oh, wow, Pini having a look. Tried to get that job done on Uriarte, but Johnny Garnett, unfortunately for the Brits joining us and watching, he has got along that penalty for track limits. I didn't see the warning come up though, so but either way he's still got it. Max Martinez looking to try and get through on O'Gorman and does so. That's the first time really at turn 1. Again, they go wide though. Whoa, not as wide as Jesus Rios though at turn 1. That's the first time really anyone's made that move look like half sticking on O'Gorman, but O'Gorman just gets such a good line and good drive out of turn 1 into turn 2 that he stays ahead, and then from here on in he looks very comfortable, very good through the middle section of this circuit.
Yeah, and O'Gorman through turn 1 able just to take that low line once again to get the drive and make sure he's able to get back in front on the run in towards turn 2. Good clever riding from O'Gorman. He's obviously got his tactics very much in mind at this stage. I
remind you, the title battle is well and truly alive. 3 points between 93 Guido Pini in 4th place and the rider behind him in 5th place, Joel Esteban. At the moment, the title goes the way of the number 93, but if they swapped positions and Pini lost another one, it would be title to Esteban. It's so fine at the front of this field. It's a lead group of 7 with 4 and a bit laps to go. Not a lot of time left in this season. This is the last race of this season for this class, and really, it is very, very tight. This has been one of the best classes of racing right the way through the year. We started at Estoril with Joel Esteban's domination. It was wins by over 10 seconds back then as Martinez looks on the inside, gets the job done on Uriarte. That's at the final corner, turn 14. Martinez up into 2nd now. Will they be able to slipstream? Casey O'Gorman, half a second blankets this lead group so far. It's a lead group of 7, 14-wheeler. Martinez moving through onto the inside of O'Gorman. Uriarte wants to take the pair of them and does so, and Esteban moves through into 4th place on Guido Pini. Pini's turning it tight though, he's alongside him into turn 2. No move made. Oh, Esteban almost hit the back of O'Gorman and he was drifting it in. No one can watch on in the Aspar Junior team without intakes of breath at the minute. It's very, very tight out there, but Uriarty's hit the front and, I don't want to say pulled the pin, but he's got a gap, at least the biggest one we've seen with a different rider at the head of this field.
Yeah, he's pulled the Pini as well, because Pini, our championship leader, he's trying to go with the top 3 as well. As it is right now, there's 7 riders in this league group. It's actually really a 3-bike battle for the win, then the 2 riders for the championship, and then you got the likes of Rios and Salmela just at the back of this group, just trying to hold on really. Rios has been given a track limits warning. We saw him have that big run wide through turn 1 last time around, so he's a little bit one hand behind his back right now, a little bit like the 78 of Joel Esteban as well. He's in a similar situation with a track limits warning. Front of the field, though, this is the first time we've seen O'Gorman have to really battle it out as well. So race winner last time out in Aragon, is he going to be able to go back to back? It's going to be a challenge for him. We know Max Martinez is always very strong at the end of races, but we also know that if Uriarty's got one track that's had really good results in the past where he's very strong, it's here in Valencia.
This is the track where Uriarty always performs. As Pini and Esteban side by side into last corner, we are going to have 3 laps to go, and believe me, this is going to be titanic. Pini and Esteban for the title is the main battle. Martinez and O'Gorman for 3rd overall is also a battle. That's why those 2 are getting their gloves off. Esteban through from 5th up to 3rd. Pini follows suit. He has to do that. As it stands now, title goes to Aspar. It goes to Esteban. Esteban, if he is 3rd and Pini is 4th, it's level on points. Pini's having a portion of that though, right back through at turn 2. But if it is level on points come the end of this, it goes to count back, and Esteban, with his 3 wins at the start of the season, that gets him the title. Back through at turn 4. Pini will look to respond as soon as he can. Turn 5, not an option.
Yeah, Esteban on the 78 needs to get a bike between himself and Pini. He doesn't want to be in a position to be attacked by Pini. You can see Uriarty, he's trying to play that role as being the spoiler in there.
Pini just about holding on to 4th. He ran the wide line and carried the corner speed through. The 93 in 4th. Needs to get ahead of Esteban at this point, and the 2 riders ahead of him, Martinez and O'Gorman, are in their own separate battle for race win and 3rd overall in this title fight. So if they think the 2 ahead of them aren't going to interfere, they've got another thing coming, because they absolutely will.
Yeah, 11 points between Casey O'Gorman trying to chase down Max Martinez in the championship standings. So this is just a scrap for the race win between them. They're not thinking about 3rd in the championship. Both those riders have been too competitive this season to really be riding with one eye on that. They just want to make sure they're able to beat each other.
And of course, O'Gorman and Martinez in good form of late will have thought, oh, as Uriarty moves through, good move there at Uriarty at turn 14 on Pini, but Maximo Martinez and Case O'Gorman, good form of late. They want to finish this season on a high.
Yeah, and look at Pini now in the 93, just trying to make sure he's able to get through on Uriarty. But Joel Esteban hasn't been close enough to try and attack the riders for the race lead right now. He's in that position now, 3rd position right now, 2 laps to go. He's going to try and make some moves to be able to make sure he can win this from the front.
Uriarty through on the inside of Pini, but he's run it a little bit wide. Esteban very tight to the back of Martinez in 2nd place. He's so tight, he's going through, he's moving through up into turn 4. Good move by Esteban. That is a real title winning move, potentially.
Yeah, Pini's going the wrong way, and the reason for that is Uriarty came through on him at turn 2 and very nearly ran all the way through him as well. So certainly for Guido Pini right now in the 93, he's going backwards, and the reason for that is the other riders getting a lot more scrappy out there with him.
I think Pini was just touching the green there as well, but he's getting his elbows out. Esteban wants to take this title with a win, and he's moving through on O'Gorman, but O'Gorman will absolutely not want to be having that. He wants to make it back-to-back wins as we rejoin the battle at the front. Esteban is leading ahead of O'Gorman, ahead of Martinez. Pini now knows that he has got to start making positions. Wrong place though on the front straight for Esteban. He is going to be punching a big hole in the air for his rivals to come back through.
Yeah, it's now or never for Pini, and that's why he's made that move on the run in towards the slow right-hander. As it is, 3rd position is the ideal spot for him. You can see trying to run all the way around the outside.
This is how close this. Pini is looking on the inside. It's not the last lap yet. Lads through. On the inside goes Pini for second, but as it stands, Esteban would still have the title.
O'Gorman's in the right spot here in the 67 for the slipstream of the run down in towards turn 1, and turn 2 is going to be a critical chance for him as well.
Last lap of this season, the Velcro is sounding, the gloves are coming off. Pini on the outside, 93 versus 78. He's going to leave his break very, very late. Esteban moves through. Pini cuts underneath them as O'Gorman hits the lead. Do they go on the green? Not this time. O'Gorman's leading. Pini is second. Esteban is third, with Martinez sideways on up his inside in turn 2. Will Esteban be able to get back? He's trying to square it off Martinez, though. So far, so good if you're Pini.
Esteban's in the right spot, though, because he's now got down the inside there, Max Martinez, but he's able to keep his eye on his championship rival on that last corner on the run down in towards the left-hander turn 13.
And he's got the space to build up all the way through the middle section of this track. He's not going to have riders in front of him tripping over each other. He has got that couple of tenths of a second he needs.
I have to say, Guido Pini, though, on the 93, very impressive to get himself into that P2 now. He's been in the wars all the way through this race, but when push comes to shove, he's been able to get to the front. If Joel Esteban wants to win this, he's going to have the second half of his lap of his life, because he's given up too much ground to Pini right now.
And Martinez isn't going to want to sit in fourth for this. He'll want to be on the podium. Pini having a look at the rear end of O'Gorman, but he's compromised his corner speed. Right, we are into the final sector now. Who's it going to be?
It's going to be Joel Esteban on the run into the last corner. He's going to have an opportunity if he's close enough, and he's going to have to just make that move.
This is going to be tight here, down into the final turn. Will Esteban make the lunge of all lunges into the final corner? Will he leave it to a run to the line? He's going round a long way. I don't think that's going to work. Will he get a run? He's on the curb. Guido Pini is going to take second, and with that second, he is going to take the Hawkers European Talent Cup title. Guido Pini is your new champion in the class. The number 93 is number 1 again. Casey O'Gorman does take a second victory from his first pole position, but Guido Pini has overhauled Joel Esteban. Esteban just shy by 0.3 of a second, completes the podium, but takes home the second place in the title trophy.
Yeah, Esteban absolutely devastated with that, but Guido Pini, you have to say, fair play to him. Whenever he needed to get to the front, he was making the moves. Very impressive stuff. And he also took that tight line in the run into the last corner. Good racecraft to be able to hold on to the position.
Very smart indeed. Great emotions down there. Alex De Angelis will be down there as well, for sure, supporting Pini. A fine ride. The 2022 Hawkers has got someone in the gravel sunbathing, I think, down there. 2022 Hawkers ETC champion Guido Pini. A fine season, only 1 win, but stellar levels of consistency. He came into this round as championship leader for the first time. As the first time all year. And he's held on to it. 78 Joel Esteban. It'll have to be another day for him. Unlucky indeed. He missed a round earlier in the season due to an illness, but thankfully he's been able to bounce back and be just as cool, calm and collected as he was at the start. But this man, planting his name in history and rising to the top of the championship tree. Well, that looks like a Christmas tree. I can't believe I'm seeing them. Oh, in fact, I can, because it's Halloween. I can't believe I'm seeing them in October. But Guido Pini started this year with a 4th. He was then 3rd in race 2, 3rd in race 3, race 1 of Valencia. 1st, 2nd place of the year, which is his best result for so long here in race 2. He was 5th in Catalonia. He was 7th and 9th at Jerez, a real low point of his season. Bounced back with 5th at Portimao, and a first win last time out, coupled with a 2nd place in race 2 and a 2nd place in the ETC race here today, has delivered Pini the title. The obligatory gold helmet gets put on. They have managed to get the vest and the t-shirts on now, so all good. They're just trying to get the helmet strap on. It's like me when I go go-karting. I can never seem to find the correct position to put the strap. But this is what his season looked like. These are Guido Pini's title-winning highlights. 14 years of age and already with a title to his name. A bright future ahead of Guido Pini, who has shown that consistency is key. Of all the laps of 2022, I think this is going to be his longest. And at the other end of the scale, absolute dejection down in Parc Ferme. A very, very upset and, well, I want to say heartbroken by the looks of it, Joel Esteban. It will all be about how he bounces back from this. He isn't going to want to think about that now, but very hard luck for Esteban. We said about Pini's results. Let's go through Esteban's 3 wins at the start of the year. Crashed out in Valencia race 2. Second in Barcelona, missed Jerez through illness. Second at Portimao. 5th and 3rd at Aragon last time out. And 3rd again. So it's such a shame. This is how it was all done. Pini with extremely smart riding on the inside, hugging the inside line, forcing Esteban to go the long way round. Esteban from there is never going to pick up a slipstream big enough to get him by before the line. O'Gorman, his win perhaps overshadowed. Thankfully, he got his first win last time out. Oh dear, look at the faces on Nico Terral. It won't be a title this year in the Junior Aspa team, but it will in the AC Racing team for Italian Guido Pini. And look at that for a shot of contrasting emotions. That is every picture quite literally telling a story. Pini then still coming round to his Parc Ferme, where, of course, we will talk to Casey O'Gorman, the race winner, and also Guido Pini. We will talk to the champion. He will get his first thoughts very, very soon as he arrives to pit lane. And listen to the noise down there. Great scenes. Fantastic stuff from Guido Pini. And he is lifted up and he is hailed as the new 2022 ETC champion. He has been one of the most consistent riders this class has seen. And really, it's been quite special to see his rise to form. But fantastic from the 14-year-old Italian. Incredible. Another Italian then on the road to MotoGP with a title already. So fantastic stuff from Pini. We'll just go through the rest of the order because we're obviously focusing on the top 3 in the title battle. O'Gorman, Pini and Esteban on top. That's your podium in the final race of this season. Maximo Martinez, Jesus Rios, Brian Uriarte, Ricky Salmela, Carter Thompson, David Gonzalez and Pau Alsina. Johnny Garnes did finish in 11th, I think that is, and did serve his long lap penalty. So good points on his final race of the year ahead of Lorenz, Tony Luciano, Marco Garcia, Giulio Pugliese and Emmanuel Brinton. So fantastic stuff. We've got the race winner though with Steve English. It's Irishman Casey O'Gorman.
Casey O'Gorman, 2 wins in a row to finish off the ETC season, but talk us through this race. Stayed at the front all the way through.
Yeah, I knew I was strong, and then the first few laps I tried to break away. I couldn't do it, but then they started before I could stay in front into turn 1, but then they started to double slipstream me and get me into turn 1. So then on the second last lap I dropped back to 3rd because I knew I could get a double slipstream and lead into the first corner, and I knew if I could lead into the first corner I was strong everywhere else. And then in the last corner I broke as late as I possibly could, and I managed to hold it to the line.
Great job, Casey, well done.
Thank you.
Great job from Casey O'Gorman. That's his 2nd consecutive win. And really, the form guy going into 2023, the number 67, a massive future ahead of him. I remember when I was back in Fab Racing, doing the stuff there, doing the commentary there, he was always the rider to beat. He's always been considered one of the best. We are going to hear from the new world champion. It is Guido Pini. We're going to get there very, very soon as they just sort it out. This is Guido Pini, your new champion. Fantastic stuff.
Guido Pini, it must mean a lot to be the 2022 ETC winner.
I don't know. I feel very, very good. The race was incredible. Thanks all my team for this championship. I don't know my family, all my sponsor, and nothing. Thank you.
And in Italian?
È incredibile, la gara è stata veramente molto bella, è stato difficile e per questo devo ringraziare tantissimo il mio team e tutti gli sponsor, tutta la mia famiglia e quelli che mi stanno guardando da casa. Grazie.
Well done, Guido.
Photo opportunities for Guido Pini. He is number one. Let's see how he did it. It was Casey O'Gorman going from that first pole position of the season and of his career, who led down towards turn one, briefly beaten by Uriarte, but he soon got back into the lead. Guillaume Blanc went off at the first in turn two on the first lap. Thankfully he was okay, nothing but broken pride. O'Gorman tried to stretch the field out in that early stages, but that lead group of 7 just wouldn't leave him alone. The title battle between the 78 of Joel Esteban and the 90 of Pini was intense, and at that point Esteban had the title in his name. Because of the tightness of it in the championship standings overall, it really was changing as the race went on. Esteban, a track limits warning for the Spaniard. Guido Pini, no such trouble. O'Gorman and Martinez were the ones leading the way. Jesus Rios, the 45 on the blue bike, was making all kinds of lunges. This was one of them on title contender Pini, whilst 27 Rico Salmela was just keeping a watching brief at the back of the field. O'Gorman was leading ahead of Martinez. Martinez didn't know when he was beaten, and although he is the outgoing title winner, he wanted to go out in style with a victory. Although O'Gorman would always bite back. In the closing stages, Esteban versus Pini became the topic on track, this time for position as well as title standings overall. And Esteban forcing his way through from 4th to 1st. And in the closing stages, it looked like that was how it was going to end. Pini followed him through into 2nd place, but it was O'Gorman who was back in the lead of the race. Across the line, Pini took 2nd ahead of Esteban, enough to give the Italian a first title chance. Emotions raw, both on track in celebration and in Parc Ferme on arrival. It's been a campaign to remember for the AC Racing Team, Guido Pini. And now time for the race podium ceremony. A fantastic event as always in Valencia with another champion crowned. Steve English is back with me now in the comms box, and a very happy Guido Pini there with title number 1 of a career that looks like it will flourish.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Guido, and he did what he had to do on that last lap. It was very impressive to come through like that, and you have to say it's been a really good season all the way through, very consistent.
As you can see, Joel Esteban 3rd place in the race. That's disconsolate from him as he makes his way onto the podium. Contrasting emotions, as we've already touched on, for Guido Pini. He's 2nd in the race and 1st in the title race. And Casey O'Gorman is on the top step for a 2nd race in succession. Michael Laverty on the podium. Michael Laverty, the oldest person, the oldest rider on that podium. Of course, we can't say that too loud.
Yeah, Emlav asking me down in Parc Ferme as well, why wasn't there a native interview for Casey in Irish? And it's obviously been a very impressive run of form for Emlav and his team, with Johnny Garness all the way through the British Talent Cup season, and now 2 wins in a row to cap off an ETC season.
Ferminal de Guerre presenting some of the trophies here. That's the 3rd place Joel Esteban. I think that's about as happy as he's going to be for the next 24 hours. He looks very, very annoyed and a little bit disheartened, I think. On the other hand, it is the title, but it's a 2nd place trophy for Guido Pini. Another one to his name. I make that his 5th of the season. He's only had 1 win, but that stellar consistency that we've touched on, always in the top 10. Fantastic stuff. But the biggest cheer goes to Casey O'Gorman. Fantastic stuff. The Irishman on top. tell you up here in the commentary box, I've got a very emotional Steve English alongside me. How did it feel to hear that lovely little tune there?
I've waited 7 years to commentate in an Irish winner. I'm going to enjoy the national anthem playing out. And Casey rode really well all the way through. Speaking to him down after the interview, he said that the goal was just to make sure that he was able to stay at the front of the field. He knew in that last lap there was going to be the opportunity to use the toe on the run down in towards turn 1. Really impressive performance by him. Bit of a shame that he's going to have to stay around for another year in ETC before being able to move on to a junior GP bike full time, but he's been impressive this year. Obviously Red Bull Rookies Cup still to come to finish off his season in Valencia next week as well.
Doing a shoey as well up there with the likes of Jack Miller and Daniel Ricciardo over in the four-wheeled world of Formula 1. And it didn't look like it tasted so nice. Funny that, after you put a drink in a sweaty boot that's been around 17 laps of the Ricardo Tormo circuit here in Valencia. That's your final podium of the season. O'Gorman in the middle, flanked by the new champion Guido Pini, and the rider who some would have tipped for the title after 3 dominant wins at the start of the season. Joel Esteban, just not this year for the number 78 Spaniard. But for Pini, absolutely. The final results: O'Gorman, Pini, Esteban Martinez and Jesus Rios. Ireland from Italy and 3 Spaniards behind. You can make that 4. Bian Uriarte is in 6th ahead of Finland's Rico Salmela. Carter Thompson for Australia in 8th. Davi Gonzalez 9th for Spain again. Whilst in 10th place, it is Pau Alsina, the Spaniard. Johnny Garness of Great Britain in 11th as he looks to make the switch full-time to this class. Domination in the 2022 Honda British Talent. The 14-year-old with a fantastic future ahead of him. What will the next chapter hold in the Italian's career? In the Moto2 European Championship, the title is already wrapped up and second place is locked in as well. Therefore, the final round of their season, the 8th one on their calendar, is all about pride and glory. No title up for grabs in this one. The Valencia circuit is 4 kilometres in length and hosts a myriad of overtaking opportunities. And with 19 laps ahead of us, could we see another surprise and another twist in the 2022 story? Lukas Tulovic moves on to Moto2 action next year. Can he end it on a high? The paddock is busy and it's a hive of activity. Moto2 European Championship action is next. And we have a new pole sitter in the class, Senna will go from pole. He's second already in the title, and he can't quite become champion. However, he will want to add to that win tally that he has so far. Kiko Giles and Steve English here, bringing you the live commentary for today's action. This is the penultimate race on our scorecard. This is the penultimate race of this Paddock's Championship season. And Steve, Moto2, we've seen it this year, really has been quite competitive.
Been one-way traffic in terms of the overall championship for Lukas Tulovic, but it's been competitive between himself and Senna Agius. Alex Skrieg's look very, very good as well. Toledo's look good. We also have a stock championship in the subclass for the Moto2 series, so we still have that to be decided. And Marco Tapia goes into this round holding an 11-point lead. But keep an eye out for Daniel Munoz in that class as well. He's been impressive.
This is what happened last time out of Motorland Aragon. Lukas Tulovic again from pole position, and again he was chased hard by the likes of Senna Agius, Xavi Cardelus and Roberto Garcia. However, eventually he would edge clear, and whilst there were crashes further down the order, Tulovic resulted with number 1 and another champion crowned. He is the new Moto2 champion. And to sign off in style, he tried to do it all over again in race 2 at Aragon. Garcia hit the deck, whilst other riders also fell by the wayside. Lukas Tulovic, though, was not one of them, and he was in mighty form. A dominant double in Aragon, the new champion capping off a penultimate round in fine style. But here in Valencia, it hasn't gone all his own way. The weather is partly cloudy, as you can see. It's not that sunny at all. It is very humid, though. But for Tulovic, he is third on the grid. He could have become the first rider in Junior GP paddock history to take pole in every single round of a championship season. But unfortunately for him anyway, he couldn't quite do it. He starts third. Senna Agius on pole ahead of Alex Skrieg, of course, who was a race winner back at Jerez. But although the title is done, there's still plenty to play for.
Yeah, still a lot to play for, and certainly for the likes of Tulovic, it's about signing off before getting back into the Moto2 World Championship next season. Senna Agius this season's been one of the surprise packages, considering in the Moto3 class he hadn't really made much of an impact over the last few years. This season on a Moto2 bike, he's been very impressive. He's obviously also raced for the Mark VDS team in the World Championship in place of Sam Lowes on a few occasions, so he's really been able to really elevate his career and his prospects this season by switching up to the Moto2 European Championship. And this is a championship, Kiko, as well, where we've seen riders make a big impact over this season in the World Championship, whether you're looking at Fermin Aldeguer, who's here this weekend, also Alonso Lopez mid-season jumping in to be very competitive.
A first pole of 2022 for Senna Agius. Let's find out how he got there.
Today's been a good step for us. Me and the team have been working really hard this weekend. We started a little bit far on the first day, but we've made consistent steps, and I'm happy to take my first pole of the season at the last race. I feel like I at least needed to get one. A big thank you to the team. They had a lot of work to do after a small problem yesterday overnight, and yeah, I've had a lot of things to try and work through today, and I felt like I got through them all, and this is the result. So I'm super happy tomorrow. And for the race tomorrow, I don't think anyone has a super big advantage, and the track conditions are a bit difficult than previous events that we've had here. So yeah, I'm not having too much expectations, but I think it will be a tight battle, and I think the pace will organise the race at the end.
For Senna Agius there, clearly expecting that the pace is going to be hot at the end of the race. It's going to be worth keeping an eye on himself, Alex Skrieg, Tulovic. That's the front row of the grid, but you've also got some other riders that are going to come through from the second row of the grid as well and be competitive. But for Senna, the only blot really on the copybook this year was the fact he hadn't taken a pole position. You can see there his season very consistent, always on the podium apart from those 2 non-scores. But he's been really competitive this campaign. He's jumped onto a Moto2 World Championship bike and given a good account of himself as well. And having stepped up from the Moto3 class, he really has been one of the surprise packages of the 2022 campaign. And I think the same could probably be said for Alex Skrieg as well on the front row of the grid. You can see the number 11 as we move into him as well. 18 years of age, but this season he really did come of age as well, and certainly for Skrieg we've seen in the Moto3, in the Moto E class this season as well. The second half of the campaign very competitive, and that's been in perfect harmony with his Moto2 campaign as well. You can see those 2 race victories in Jerez and Portimao. They're the highlights of this season, but really it's been the consistency. We've seen him always in those podium spots and really impressive all the way through the campaign. And it has been tough because you're up against San Agius, who's been able to be so impressive this season. And he's been eclipsed by this man, Lukas Tulovic, our Moto2 European champion for 2022. He's obviously got some World Championship experience, but next year he's going to be back in the World Championship full-time for the first time since 2019. And he's out there to show the lessons he's learned over the last few years, because from Tulovic all the way through this season, he's been really impressive, whether it's that run of pole positions or podiums and race wins. He's just been so good all the way through the campaign, first or second in every race. That says it all.
It really does say it all. He has been a step above the opposition, so it seems at least. And it'll be interesting to see whether or not he's going to be able to convert that on the Moto2 World stage, where he ends up next year. This is Hector Garzo. He was there last year, comes back down to the European side of Moto2 this year, and it has been a bit of a season of troubles and turmoil for him. No podiums for Garzo, but starting 4th, he'll hope to convert that.
Yeah, much tougher campaign than he would have expected on his return to the European Championship. As it is, the last 3 rounds, they've seen a bit of an upturn in form, but even then it's been running in the top 10, which isn't where he would have expected to be.
5th place on the grid is Yeray Ruiz. Now, this is a pleasant surprise. We've seen him before, Steve, over in the Superbike paddock, doing a couple of Supersport and Supersport 300 rides. Now, peaks of 4th, 3 of them this season, and starting 5th on the grid. Can he get that first podium?
Yeah, Ruiz has been impressive this year when you consider that he started the campaign in Aragon on a Yamaha R3 in the R3 Cup. He's moved on to a Moto E bike. He's had those 3 4th place finishes here on a Moto2 machine. So he's been a lot of variety all the way through the campaign, but variety is the spice of life, and he's looked really impressive, and you'd certainly expect that he could be in the scrap for the podium. But you've also got Agius, Skrieg, Tulovic that are going to be really difficult to really get into that battle for the top 3 spots. So that's why he's ended up 4th so often.
And don't forget this man, Xavier Cardelus from Andorra. Bit of a veteran in the class, a stalwart of the class. Cardelus looking to build on the run of form he's in to take 3rd in the title overall, but still without that win.
Yeah, 70 starts in the Moto2 European Championship, combine that with a couple of years in the World Championship as well, but still chasing that first win. We did see David Salvador in the Junior GP class finally take his first win in this paddock. Maybe Cardelus could do the same, but again, a bit like what I was saying about the top 3, so difficult to break into that top 3.
Roberto Garcia has been looking very, very strong of late, and he'll be looking to try and get on the podium. He is obviously coming through ETC and Junior GP, and now he's in Moto2. Big rider, and he definitely needs to get on the top 3 steps. But it's Senna Agius from a career first pole, the first pole for Australia in the class. Will he be able to take a victory and sign off 22 in style? As we say, a first pole for Australia in Moto2 here in this class. Valencia will see Agius, Skrieg and Tulovic. Australia from Spain and Germany on the front row. Garzo, Ruiz and Cardelus on the second row. Can Cardelus and Ruiz perhaps launch a surprise from there? Garcia again in 7th place ahead of Pons and Bishakirski, whilst Alex Toledo, who has had better weekends than this one, goes from 10th. Shout out to Sam Wilford. He is back in action. He returned last time out at Aragon. Last time we was commentating was back at Jerez, but obviously he missed that due to the horrendous accident he suffered back at Estoril. But amazing to see Sam Wilford back in the paddock, back on the track, Really a fantastic guy, and let's see what he can do in the last race of this year. Lots to get our teeth into for this one. There's a stock 600 title to be decided as well. But whether or not Senna Aegis can keep Tulovic at bay, maybe we'll get a final lap showdown to end this season with a few fireworks. What's the feeling like, Steve? Who are you thinking could deliver the goods here?
It's all about the front three on the grid, and certainly Aegis is going to want to finish off his campaign with a race victory. Tulovic, we know he's signing off to go to the World Championship next year. He wants to make sure that the season ends strong. He's been a rider that's made such a big step forward this year compared to the last few years where he'd been a regular front runner but not quite able to get it across the line. This year he's turned into that regular race winner, and certainly I think for the Moto2 class we have seen that the European Championship is in much higher standing now than it had been pretty much at any stage in the past. Maybe the change to Triumph engines has helped, but there's certainly been a lot of factors that have seen Fermin Aldeguer and Alonso Lopez really show that if you're successful here, you can translate that to the World Championship. That hadn't really been the case, arguably, since Jordi Torres, and even then Torres was an inconsistent rider in the Moto2 World Championship. Now we've got two riders that have been race winners, podium men, pole positions, really good qualifying, and that's what gives this championship and this paddock a lot of hope going forward as well.
And we've also seen the likes of Jari Montella move over to World Supersport, a slightly different class of racing, but nonetheless be competitive and in the mix for podiums, and that is how this championship is structured to deliver onto the world stage proper. Just touch, the clouds do look dark on the screen. They're not that bad. They are, but there's a lot of clouds, but they're not as dark as it's being made out to be on the TV.
Yeah, it's actually quite pleasant out today. It's around about 21, 22 degrees, so just about ideal conditions for these Moto2 bikes. But keep an eye on turn 4 on the bigger bikes compared to the ETC and the Moto3 bikes in the Junior GP class. It's a lot easier to have the tyre cool down a lot new, so certainly that first right-hander of the lap at turn 4 worth keeping an eye on. Also worth keeping an eye on the stock class as well. Marco Tapia, the number 8 machine, he is our stock championship leader. He holds an 11-point advantage over Alex Ruiz. Tapia is going to start in 16th on the grid. Ruiz is 20th on the grid. You've also got Juan Rodriguez in the stock class. He's going to start from the back of the field. He's 3rd in the championship standings. Daniel Munoz, though, has jumped onto a stock bike and been very competitive on the number 17 machine. He's been able to come in for the last 3 rounds in the championship and very competitive all the way through. So in the stock class, it's the same points paying position, so 25 points for winning the subclass. So it is going to be difficult to see Marco Tapia topped.
Just a quick note, in warm-up this morning we had a couple of crashes at turn 10, the flick right, and that was for Daniel Munoz on the stock bike and for your poleman, Senna Aegis. So when we're talking about crashing hotspots and corners of caution, that is certainly one of them, because your left, flick it right, cold side of that front tyre, a little bit chilly. We're getting ready to go then for the final time in Moto2 in 2022. Who will it be? Good start from everyone on the front row of the grid, particularly Escrig. Senna Aegis bogs down a bit in the end. It looks like it do. Look at that. It looks like Garzo's trying to make his way through, but Tulovic is going to sweep through majestically into the lead at turn 1. He runs it a bit wide. He'll be back to 2nd, perhaps even 3rd. Escrig is coming through as well. Senna Aegis getting the whole shot, but getting punted back momentarily by Escrig, who goes through into the lead, but runs wide. Senna through. Oh, we got a crasher further downfield. Not sure who that is. We'll find out in a minute. Escrig knocking spots off Senna Aegis at the moment. Big cut. That was almost a big high side for Senna Aegis, asking for the power through turn 4. Just about held on to it.
Yeah, it's a long race here, 19 laps, so longer than what we've had in the other 2 classes. And in the early stages, it's all about making sure you're able to stay at the front. Overtaking not easy in a Moto2 bike around this track.
Skrieg, the number 11 leading ahead of Aegis, ahead of Ruiz in 3rd place. Jari Ruiz, that's a fantastic start for him. 4th for Garcia, Roberto Garcia, and 5th for Tulovic, the champion. So Tulovic probably had more bikes ahead of him now than at any other racing lap point of this season so far. I think maybe the rider who crashed out at turn 2 may have been Maxwell Toth. It was with Montero, I think. Yes, it was. And Toth, I must say, had a massive crash at turn 3 yesterday in qualifying, ripped the front forks and front wheel out from that motorcycle. So it's been a weekend to forget for him. Back at the front, though, Skrieg is under attack from Senna Aegis, who thinks about it, but then thinks better of it.
Yeah, you can see Aegis there on the number 81 machine in second spot, just keeping that watch and brief down the start-finish straight. But it is a case of trying to make sure you stay out of trouble in the opening couple of laps here in a Moto2 bike, because you can start to split the field a little bit. So for Alex Skrieg on the front of the field, on the number 11 machine, really good effort from the middle of the front row. Tulovic with a bit of work to be done. And the number 3 certainly hasn't been afraid of getting the elbows out this season when he's had the call for it. But he got through on Garza already, so he's picked off one rider in the last half lap. Now he's going to set his sights on Ruiz in front of him.
Yeah, I think Roberto Garcia there in fourth as well on the pink bike. He's having a great second half this season, really grown in stature right the way throughout. This is quite a big lead group. I know we've only had one lap, but normally we see it fragment quite a little bit through the opening few corners. Not this time. We've got a good group of 7, and if you actually want to count back all the way to 12th place, Sam Wilford's there, the number 35, about to come into shot right at the back there, but a little bit distant now. So coming down through, this is into turn 8, and so Tulovic made that move, I think, there, but yes, he did get it pulled down. I thought he was about to run a bit wide, but Tulovic through Roberto Garcia. So now through turn 10, that tight little turn 11 is next. Tulovic making progress up into 4th.
Yeah, you mentioned about Wilford. He's behind the leading stock rider, and that is Daniel Munoz. So this is Munoz's, I think, his 5th race in the stock class. He's got 4 wins in the second spot, so he's been the rider to beat in the stock class, even though he missed the first half of the year.
Absolutely. He's got no chance at the title, though. Not without disaster for Tapia, as Aegis again looking on the... Cardalus is going through on Garzo. Good move from Xavi Cardalus. Garzo just asking for the power there as they come on the straight, lights the rear end up. But across the line one more time, a Skrieg from Aegis, from Ruiz, from Tulovic, from Garcia. Tulovic having a look, but not this time. Garcia's running in hot. Oh, my dearie me. It almost hit the back of Tulovic there. Somehow pulls it down. He didn't hit the apex, but he didn't run it out onto the green either. So Garcia had his braking marker taken there by Tulovic into turn 1, having to go a little bit wide. Tulovic for the fast lap, a 1:36.206. Aegis looking on the inside of a Skrieg and gets the job done. That time does a Skrieg bite back at turn 5. He's having a big sniff, but he can't get it done. So Aegis leading. Yeah,
this is the time there for Aegis to try and get his head down, open up a bit of a gap, because he knows that Tulovic is going to be coming strong in the next few laps. You can see Tulovic, though, with his hands full, with it looked like Cardalus there trying to make the moves as well. So for Tulovic on the number 3 machine, championship winner this season, he's up into P4. This is the moment for Senna Aegis to try and stretch out a little bit of a gap if possible.
A lot of riders in this group, of course, who haven't really been in this group for a lot of the season. Ruiz is one of them. He hasn't shown this kind of form. Cardalus is another for most of this season. It wasn't until the last few rounds where Cardalus really came to the fore. This is what happened down into turn 1, Steve. Keep your eyes on the number 3 and a 31.
Yeah, and you can see here with Garcia just on the curb, just running very close to the back. Tulovic has to take that bit of avoiding action to run out a little bit wide, but both riders live to fight another day. Tulovic up in 4th spot. Garcia lost a position to Cardalus, but he's just keeping himself in that 6th position right now.
Aegis leads then onto the front straight. A Skrieg went on the green there. There's a side-by-side across the line. A Skrieg looking to try and get back in the front, but he can't quite get there. Nothing wrong with the power of the Senna Aegis, Calix, that's for sure. Roberto Garcia is going around the outside again at turn 1. I do not believe that's going to work on Xavi Cardalus, and no, indeed, it doesn't. So we've got yellow flags at the final corner. Not sure who that is for. It could be for
Corey Tinker, it looks like, in the stock class, and leading the stock class, still Daniel Munoz with a pretty comfortable advantage over Marco Tapia. Tapia in a position, though, to be able to take that stock crown as things stand.
So Corey Tinker out of action then at the moment down at turn 14. Hopefully he's up and okay, as Cardalus having a good look here. That is definitely Corey Tinker, as you can tell by the hair. He strides off. Thankfully he's up on his feet. But Cardalus fastest up in this race, 35.9. I think there's a little bit more pace in here, though. They're not on absolute lap record. They're not on the kind of pace that we've seen at different times throughout the course of the season. There isn't actually a great deal up for grabs in this championship. There's a mathematical chance of 3rd, but that's about it. There's 23 points between the Skrieg and Toledo, and with Toledo down in around 9th place, there's no need for Alex Skrieg in 2nd place to start worrying. We've got a long lap penalty for a jump start. That's for Mattia Volpi on the AGR team motorcycle, so that is a bit of a disaster for him. And a long lap penalty as well for the 70. That is down in...
the 70 is Duarte in the stock class, and then there's also Juan Rodriguez with a long lap as well. So Rodriguez, he's third in the stock class standings, but he qualified at the back of the field after a grid penalty, and now he's got that long lap penalty as well.
Just wondering if Duarte is actually on track, because I don't see a number 70 on our timing screen. So maybe that's a penalty that's carried forward. And he's not here, but either way, he's not out on track, because I can't see number 70 on the timing screen, or my eyesight has got even worse, possible. But out front at the minute, Senere just leading this pack of Moto2 bikes. It's very, very close out there. Skrieg, obviously a winner back at Jerez, wants to do it again and slides back through. Does he pull it down? Yes, he does. Tulovic is having his hands full. That was close. Carter loose there, got that driving through, I think, on Tulovic, and they almost collided. So Tulovic, champion, yes, but he's still leaving nothing on the table here. He's got his hands full ahead of him, though, and he's been here before. Don't forget, Tulovic last year had this kind of situation with the likes of Aldeguer and Lopez, and before that, Montella and Tooley and Sacconi in 2020. So he is used to battling, just not this year.
Yeah, he's been a rider that's at the front all the way through this campaign, but he's had to also scrap it out with the likes of St. Aegis and Alex Skrieg for the race victories. But it's been a bit unusual to see him down in 4th or 5th position in races. But he's certainly a rider that can pick off riders. It looks like down into the last corner, you're going to see St. Aegis pick off a Skrieg.
Good move there from Aegis as a Skrieg gets shuffled back to 2nd place. But this is a right battle here going on. We've got the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 riders all the way back to Mikel Pons in 8th place. Going very, very well here. A Skrieg back through at turn 1. Does he run wide? A little bit. Aegis is going to try and get the power down to make the move into turn 2. Lets the brakes off to number 81 on the 11. Through up the inside and into 3rd place, Lucas Tulovic.
Yeah, nice move there from the leading riders as they jostle for position, and it's all about being tidy with the moves, not costing yourself time. Tulovic didn't lose any time there by getting through in Ruiz, so good, clever riding by Tulovic. Now he's going to be in a position to be able to attack Alex and Skrieg. He doesn't want St. Aegis on the 81 to be able to break away, so expect Tulovic into the last corner probably to try and make a move on this lap.
Cardelis through as well. That was on Ruiz. That is for 4th position. So the cream of the Moto2 crop trying to work its way to the front. Yeray Ruiz is having absolutely none of it. Here at home, obviously, trying to get on that first podium. Hector Garzo trying to push for positions as well. Roberto Garcia and Mikel Pons right in behind. But out front, Senna Aegis not breaking away as such. But definitely this field now being slightly stretched out. Behind them, got the 71 of Mikel Pons in 8th. Behind him, Alex Toledo, whose 3rd place championship hopes are slightly going south, to number 55, and the 74 of Peter Bishakiewski. Both of them on the Pertamina Mandalika SAG outfits. As through comes Cardelos, that is on Ruiz. Ruiz will get the drive down the straight. Let's see what it's like. It's side by side. Oh, Ruiz and Cardelos looking at each other. Ruiz not happy with that. Cardelos obviously making a lunge at the last turn and messing up Ruiz's line. And Ruiz absolutely having none of it. That got a bit close and tasty. Through into turn 2 we go. Aegis ahead of Skrieg and Tulovic, a bit like Jerez.
We have now seen the top 3 start to open up that bit of a gap. This is where you tend to see their bit of class does separate them, and all it takes is a little bit of a battle, and this is what happens on the run out of the last corner. You can see Ruiz on the 72, Cardelos in the 18. That cost them a little bit of momentum. It cost them that bit of time to Tulovic that's very difficult to make back. That's why you're starting to see a 10th here, a 10th there, and suddenly you've got a 3-way battle for the lead, and then a bit of a gap back to Cardelos in 4th.
So Ruiz has held 4th, and 5th there goes back to Cardelos. So them two, and the way they're carrying on, they're not going to they can kiss goodbye to a podium slot as Garcia runs a bit wide. That'll allow Hector Garzo on the number 4 MMR machine to come through. But Ruiz and Cardelos now, the way they're carrying on, a podium is going by the wayside. Even with 13 laps to go, we've seen this 3 here in Moto2, the European Championship breakaway at the front before, and they can do it and probably will do it again in the final race of the season. Senna just leading the Skrieg. Both of these guys looking to go out on a high with fireworks and just show that whilst Tulovic has been champion, it hasn't been all his own way.
Yeah, just seeing on the timing screens, it looks like a double long lap penalty for irresponsible riding for number 72. That is Yari Ruiz, who's up there in 5th spot.
That'll be a big problem for him. I think it is. The problem is our timing monitor is just a little bit low and we can't quite get the full number, but it looks like the top of the 7 and 2. So if it is, 72 Yerai Ruiz has got trouble coming his way in the form of a angry race steward. That's why there's the double long lap penalty. So disaster for Ruiz. This is the stock class. Marco Tapia leading the way in the championship with 8th position, with 14th in this race, the number 8 I should say, ahead of the number 30. That is Pasquale Alfano. Alfano not really in this title race. Alex Ruiz is, however. Alex Ruiz, though, not really in this battle with Tapia. He's a long way up the road, and as it stands, Tapia should be on course for the title.
Yeah, pretty comfortable for Tapia to wrap up that stock crown as long as he gets to the finish. In the stock subclass, it is still 25 points for being the top stock rider. So in terms of your point standings for that, it is going to be very difficult to see Tapia beaten in that battle. Even if he were to have a problem now, his rivals still need to score a lot of points. Juan Rodriguez on the number 38, he's up there in 5th position in the stock class right now, and still needs to make up even more positions than that if he's to stand a chance.
I think we've lost Sam Wilford from this race. Wilford has dropped down quite dramatically on this lap. His last lap was a 2:13, so he may have had a run-off or a crash and got back on.
Yeah, he's in the pits, Wilford, so we did see him drop down the order in the last few laps, but clearly a bit of an issue for him. But it's a shame for Sam, considering he's come back from those injuries from Estoril and was very competitive last time out in Aragon with a top 10 finish.
Yeah, shame to end his season like that, but let's just hope that he can come back stronger next year. He looked on course to be having a brilliant season at the time of that horrendous accident back at Estoril, but thankfully he's okay and back with it now, and hopefully next year will be even stronger. At the front, Centre Asia's still ahead of Skrig and Tulovic. Nothing to separate these three, covered by about half a second, but then Cardelus is in 4th now, ahead of Ruiz. Ruiz with that double long lap penalty, he'll have to serve them very soon, and he will drop down probably to around Bishakievsky and Toledo with the first one, and then definitely outside the group with the second one.
Yeah, and you can see the top 3 breaking away. The reason for that is fastest lap of the race last time around by Centre Aegis, but all 3 riders within a few hundredths of a second of each other, so that's why they're just stretching out that bit of a lead over Cardelus. Cardelus last time around pretty much matched the pace of the top 3, but he'd already given up that bit of ground.
Alex Toledo with a track limits warning, that is in 9th position. So Toledo, he had a mathematical chance really of this 3rd place overall in the title, but it's not going to happen. There's also a track limits warning for Filip Rejcek in way down the order of the stock Cardoso Racing Machine. The number 33, not a penalty, it's only a warning at this moment in time. But don't go on the green in the first place to avoid getting any kind of penalties. Look at the front of this. This is getting close now. Half a second it was. It's now just 0.4 of a second as they cross the line. These top 3 are breaking away. Xavi Cardelusto is digging in deep. The fastest lap of the race last time out went to Tulovic. The next fastest on track, though, after that was Skrig and Cardelus. So they're definitely chasing race leader Centre Aegis, but there's not a lot in it.
Yeah, and just in relation to the track limits, not as much of an issue on a Moto 2 bike just because you've got so much more heavy braking zones around this Valencia track. The Moto 3 and ETC bikes carry an awful lot more corner speed. These bigger bikes, obviously with the Triumph triple cylinder machine, much higher top speed, so you have to brake a lot deeper, you have to brake a lot earlier into the corners. That means the track limits shouldn't be as much of an infringement in this race as we've had in ETC and Junior GP.
And whilst we're on about the Triumph, obviously the engine is coming this year. What's the difference characteristics-wise for these riders compared to the old Honda CBR 600?
Awful lot more electronics available to these riders and different riding style, and we have seen a lot of riders able to get a lot more out of the Triumph machine than they were with the Honda, and it's just that it really does seem that the riders are able to make a little bit more of a difference with this bike. You can try lots of different styles, lots of different lines around this track compared to what we had with the old Honda, the CBR 600 engine. It really was a case of basically there was one way to ride it fast, and now with the Triumph there's a lot more variety. We've also seen it where a lot of teams have adjusted to having the Triumph throughout the course this season as well, so that's been a change for everyone to get used to.
And with variety obviously comes close racing, and that's what we're getting here in Valencia, the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, the final race of the year for the Moto2 European Championship field. We are in the second half of the final race of the year, and as you're seeing on screen, this is the battle for 5th place, although it's not really 5th because Yeray Ruiz, the number 72, has got a double long lap penalty for irresponsible riding. Quick mention for Xavi Cardelus, fastest rider by quite a distance last time around, pulled about 3.5 tenths back on your 3rd place man, Lucas Tunovic. Is Cardelus charging here?
Cardelus doing a good job to pull back 1/10 of a second on the race leader, Sene, just as well. So the gap now, 1.1 seconds between 1st and 4th. And Cardelus, he's obviously got one race left this season to try and break that duck of finally claiming a Moto2 race victory. You mentioned it earlier on, Kiko, about the strong run of form he's in. He's had 5 top 4 finishes in a row. So certainly for Cardelus on the number 18, this is as good as we've seen from him for a very long time in the Moto2 class.
I remember he had a decent race last time. We was on air at Jerez, but it wasn't quite this strong. He was looking good, but he didn't bridge the gap maybe, or stay at the front for perhaps as long as we thought. So let's see if it changes here. Cardelus is 5th in this title race, 16 points behind Alex Toledo, and Toledo is nowhere really at the moment, and considering where he's been, he's in about 8th place, 9th place. He's got ahead of his teammate Peter Bishakirski, you can see on screen now, but it's not really been a strong weekend for either of the Pertamina Calix bikes at all. And coming onto the front straight now, this is with the leading quartet as it is. Senna Aegis ahead of a Skrieg, Tulovic your champion, he's already got that wrapped up in 3rd, and Cardelus is certainly there, 0.8 of a second now between the top 4, and again, last time around, Cardelus the fastest rider on track.
Yeah, Cardelus, again, impressive to pull back another few hundredths of a second, but it is literally just a few hundredths of a second. It's very close to the front of the field. Here in Valencia, you don't tend to see it where there's a big time gap between the riders. That means that if you lose any time with a botched overtaking move or a bit of traffic somewhere, it's very difficult to make back those gaps. And even for Cardelus, even though over the last 3 or 4 laps he's pulled back time, it's only been by around 0.3 of a second overall for those few laps. So really difficult to get your teeth into it and close down the gap to the riders in front. But Cardelus digging in as much as he can as we move into the second half of the race.
The AGR team's final round of the year has just got worse. We had Sam Wilford who retired. Teammate Mattia Volpi has also joined him down there in the AGR box. So Volpi completing a torrid day of racing for the AGR team. In Moto2 anyway. Of course, we've got Moto3 Junior GP coming up next for their final race of the year, where Colin Vile will be looking to fight for a 3rd race win of the season, lost out earlier on. But this is Moto2 that you're watching, and it's close to the front. We've got a battle of 4. It's just a little bit stationary at the moment. Everyone's just trying to still work this one out, I think.
Yeah, this is really the chess match of Moto2 compared to the barroom brawl that you get in the junior classes here in the Junior GP paddock. And this is where it's up to the riders really just to be as consistent as possible. Senna Aegis for the last 5 laps has been within 1/10 of a second in each lap, so he's setting a very consistent pace at the front of the field, doing a good job in the number 81 machine. But it is a case of just trying to make sure you're able to keep bridging that gap. That looked like it might have been Volpi just coming back out of the pits, or maybe it was Heinrich on the stock machine there that they just moved past.
Either way, not on the lead lap, so don't worry about that. It might have cost Cardelus a little bit of time now. I don't know if Cardelus has made a mistake. This is a replay of Senna Aegis. Talk us through this, Steve. This is turn 3.
Yeah, just coming down in towards turn 4. This is where you've been on the left-hand side of the tyre all the way through from pretty much about turn 10, and now you've got the trying to get a bit of heat into the right-hand side of the tyre. Very easy to lose some time through this section. This is Yeray Ruiz on the number 72 machine, just leading that second group as it is, though Yaris is down now in about 7 spots, so a little bit of ground for him to make up compared to Hector Garzo and Garcia as well. And for Hector Garzo on that number 4 machine, one of the few riders out there that isn't using the updated Moto2 machine, so he's doing a solid job through the course this year, but I think he would have expected a little bit more coming back to the European Championship.
The gap at the front of the top 3 back to Cardelus has gone up slightly, and they've dropped the hammer. I don't know if Cardelus made a mistake. He lost 2 or 3 tenths in the second sector alone. and a couple of tenths as well at the end of the first sector. So I'm not sure if Cardelus's got a problem, or if it's what we've seen before, is that he's just not got the pace long term in the race.
I think what you're seeing as well is, though, Tulovic has just upped his pace a little bit. He pulled back half a second compared to Cardelus in one sector just to get right onto the back of Alex Skrieg. So for Cardelus, he's now 1.6 seconds back, and he's out of this one unless there's a big scrap at the front. But keep an eye on Tulovic. He's the rider in third position right now. Number 3. He's the European champion for this season. He's been so impressive, first or second in every race so far this campaign, and now he's in a position to just start to put a bit of an attack on for Alex Skrieg.
He's the European champion this season. He's European champion for a reason as well. Tulovic has been mighty fine. This is Marco Tapia, the Spaniard, looking very good in 16th overall, but he is the fourth rider in the stock class at the moment. Daniel Munoz is way up the road. Munoz back into this paddock for this weekend. He's in top position for the stock class. Juan Rodriguez is in second, and then Tapia back in 4th place, just behind Pasquale Alfano, but that's okay for Tapia. Alex Ruiz is his nearest rival, and 11 points back, and Ruiz is not in this one really. He's way down the order.
Yeah, as it is, Juan Rodriguez in second in the stock class. He needs to win the stock subclass and then hope that Tapia doesn't finish. 25 points for the race win. He's 25 points behind, but he has got the count-back success. For Tapia, he's only 15 years of age. He's been very impressive through the course of this campaign. Other than that, the first round of the year in Estoril, he's been on the podium every race for the stock class.
Very impressive stuff indeed from Tapia. We've seen him come through the ranks as well. He's another one to watch out for the future. Someone to watch out for if your name is Alex Skrieg is Lukas Tulovic. Tulovic at number 3, climbing all over the number 11 now. Whilst out front, 81, Senna Aegis from pole position. First pole position in Australian history of this class. First pole position, of course, as well. Ooh, lunge from Tulovic at turn 4, so that's a good move there. Pushes, that is a Skrieg out of the way. We've got yellow flags up at turn 2. Can't quite see from the commentary position why that is.
Might be Miguel Pons that's gone down, just looking at the timing screen, and Pons had been running up inside the top 8 positions, and it is Miguel that's down and out in his last race of the season in the Moto2 class. Unfortunate
that for Pons. I imagine that'll be a front end tucking on the way in, mainly because he's walking away, and generally speaking a high side there is going to be quite painful, but hopefully he is absolutely okay. At the front, Senna Aegis with that first pole for Australia, first pole for his season, for his career as well. Lukas Tulovic had taken every single pole up until yesterday, and Senna Aegis just spoiling a potential clean sweep for the German, but the German is looking to do the business right when it counts.
Yeah, for Aegis over the course of the last few laps, his pace has dropped off from high 35s to mid 36s. That's why Tulovic knew that he had to make the move on Alex Skrieg, because he knows there's going to be an opportunity now to hit the front and try and break away.
Yeah, and Skrieg hasn't been able to respond to Tulovic just yet as they flash through down towards turn 1. The front 3 are still covered by less than half a second. It is only 4 tenths, but you get the feeling that it's a matter of when, not if, with Tulovic. He's looking on the inside at turn 2, and right on cue he goes through. Tulovic gets the bike down. Does he pull it down? Yes, he does. Senna Aegis is going to try and respond straight away, but I have a feeling that with clear air, Tulovic might well be able to do his own rhythm here.
Yeah, Tulo just has a little bit more bike underneath him than Senna Aegis right now, and he saw that the pace was dropping off the front. He knew the time was right to be able to make the moves, and he picked off Alex Skrieg, and then a lap later takes the race lead. I don't think Senna Aegis has the pace to go with Tulovic right now, but it's up to Aegis to really dig in, see if he's able to bring the fight to Tulovic, but Tulovic looks very comfortable right now.
Yeah, it looks like Tulovic has got this done. I think that might be Juan Rodriguez, so there goes any hope he had of the stock class championship. So Juan Rodriguez is either out or he's been in pit lane and rejoining. Either way, it is game over for the title this year at least. So Tulovic is out front. It all depends on whether Tulovic pushing through has maybe used a little bit too much tyre. I doubt it, because he would only have gone to the front if he knew he was capable of staying at that pace. And Senna Aegis, whilst leading this race and setting very fast lap times in the, as you said, Steve, high 35s, now looks very vulnerable to Alex Skrieg. Skrieg, though, I can't see him getting past Aegis and then going on to catch up with Tulovic. I think Tulovic may well have this one done.
Yeah, you don't tend to have it really where the Dunlops go off in the closing stages, so it is a case of just having that grip there and then, and Tulovic has it. And unfortunately for Senna Aegis, he doesn't have it right now, and that's why we've seen a Screed come through. But for Aegis, he's got 2.5 laps to try and get himself back into second spot. As it is, running in the podium spots, it's been such an impressive year for Senna. He's up there second in the championship standings. He's been as close as you like to Tulovic for most of the season. Tulo, just though with that extra experience, that's been the difference.
Yeah, that extra experience of managing Moto2 races. Senna or Aegis obviously coming up through Junior GP and the smaller bikes where he wasn't setting the world on fire. A couple of point scoring finishes really. But a bigger bike, as so often is the case with Australian riders, suiting them a lot more, and that has been very clear here this year.
Yeah, Leon Camier has been advising and helping Senna all the way through the last few years. He always said that a bigger bike is going to suit him just for his frame and his size, and certainly as one of the bigger riders in his career, Camier would know well what it's like to be on a bike that's a little bit too small for you.
Yeah, Leon Camier, well over 6 foot. No idea how he manages to fold himself up on a motorcycle, but he does anyway. Look at this at the front though. Maybe it isn't all over. Maybe Tulovic hasn't got this job done just yet, because Skrieg is digging deep here.
0.3 of a second pulled back on this lap so far by Skrieg. As it was, Tulovic last time around was within a few hundredths of a second of the fastest lap of the race. You'll certainly expect to see Alex Skrieg set a new personal best in this race. It's a new fastest lap for him, pulls in 0.3 of a second. Yeah, half a second quicker than Senna Aegis as well. So this is, it was for all Senna Aegis out wide. That's definitely out wide for sure. He's gone well on beyond the green. But this was a battle of 4 riders. Now it's a battle. Then it was a battle of 3. Now it is a battle of 2. The Promo Racing Calexes have just dropped back that little bit, and it's allowed Tulovic and Skrieg to come to the fore. Skrieg will wrap up 3rd place in the title, but he's only got that one, the 2 victories in this year. One at Jerez, of course, and he'll be looking to make it a 3rd one here today. 2 laps to go. Yeah, Jerez and Portimao, the 2 race wins for him, and he's trying to make it 3 in these closing rounds of the campaign. And certainly when you look at Aragon, that's the one that got away from him. No points scored in Aragon. That's why he's just not really been in a position to be able to come to this final round of the year with 2nd on his mind. As it is, all he's got in his mind is claiming that race victory and finishing the season really strong. Skrieg in the stock subclass in the past was always a rider worth keeping an eye on. Last year he jumped onto a Moto2 bike, did very well. This season though, Moto2, Moto E, he's been very impressive all the way through. The second half of the Moto E campaign, he was always at the front, and as it is here in the Moto2 class, 3rd in the championship standings for a reason. He's been fast and consistent this year.
And he's no shame in who he's battling with either. Tulovic has been a class above really this year. There was a time where Senna Aegis looked to take the fight to him, wasn't quite able to do it consistently at least, and Tulovic just for that opening domination at Estoril where he is so strong, managing just to get himself ahead, and then into Aragon he was able to wrap up the title with 2 races to go. We're on the last lap of the season, and Tulovic has got this looking sorted. Skrieg a little bit wide there at turn 2.
Yeah, Tulovic looks like he's got this in hand, and further down in the stock class, Daniel Munoz has this one also in hand. He's out to win 4 of the last 5 races in the stock class, and the one rider that can really enjoy this final lap, Marco Tapia, he's already been confirmed as the stock champion for this season. And now he gets to enjoy the final lap of the race. He's a 2.5 behind Dino Iozza as well. So not with the opportunity to move on to the podium in the stock class, but he is going to be the champion this year.
It looks like it's job done then in terms of the positions on this final lap. It's been a great season of Moto2 action. Alex Skrieg really coming good in the second half. We knew the talent was there. And whilst he's been given chase to this man, Lukas Tulovic, in this race, Tulovic just turning it on at the right time. We are just a few corners away from the final checkered flag of the year. This man has been sublime. There's a reason why he's the champion already with 2 rounds to spare. There's a reason why he's booked himself back on the 2023 Moto2 World Championship grid. The Liquid Mode Intec Junior team rider Lukas Tulovic comes out of the final corner and takes another win for 2022. Tulovic, a victor in Valencia, a Skrieg second, Senna Aegis third, Cardelus should come home in fourth, ahead of Hector Garzo. That is your top 5 confirmed. Roberto Garcia just missing out by less than a tenth and a half, and we will await Marco Tapia to come across the line. He will finish as the 4th stock rider in this race, but as the overall champion, as Lukas Tulovic celebrates in style.
Yeah, Tulovic started the season with 3 wins in a row, finishes the season with 4 wins in a row. He's been first or second in every race, thoroughly deserving European champion. But you also have to say the same for Marco Tapia in the stock class. Very impressive all the way through.
Very impressive indeed, and as for impressive, we've got yellow flags at turn 10. Not sure why that is. That'll be for, oh dear, we've got a couple of bikes there. We can see from the commentary position, but this man will not worry about that. Marco Tapia is your stock champion for 2022. The Easy Race Yamaha team able to come out on top. It looks like the fallers are Jamie Davis, the British rider, and Kilian Lestola, as well, the number 86. That is at turn 10. We've got medics on scene, marshals in the gravel trap. We can see it from our commentary position. But Marco Tapia, deserving champion in the end. Not sure whether he'd have done it over the course of the full season if Daniel Munoz on the SP57 Racing Team Yamaha would have been able to probably take it to Tapia. But nonetheless, Tapia's moment is shared with the number 91 of Mikhail Florov. And Tapia, the new stock champion, very impressive stuff indeed. He's got BMW leathers on, but he is on a Yamaha. Believe me, BMW haven't quite got a Supersport project together just yet anyway, and not on a 600. But mutual celebrations all around. Marco Tapia, very popular in the paddock. He is only 15 years old, another bright future ahead of him. We've seen plenty of riders come through the stock 600 class and go on to become very, very successful on Moto2 bikes, both here in Junior GP. Think of the likes of Fermin Aldeguer, and also think of the likes of Alonso Lopez. Both of them go on to great things throughout. This is your race winner, Lukas Tulovic. A fantastic ride from him, and again, we can't say it enough just how deserving that is. He started the season with 3 wins, backed up by 4 second places, and then finishing the season with 4 wins. It doesn't get much better. You think of the perfect championship season, and besides the fact that perhaps if he won all of them, that would be the perfect one. That doesn't really exist in motorcycle racing. It's as perfect as it could be in realistic terms. Senna Aegis, round of applause in third as everyone does burnouts to celebrate the season ending. I can tell you that the crash site at turn 10 has been cleared as they remove the bikes and they attend to the riders at the track side now. So at least everyone is out of the gravel trap, which is a good sign. Lukas Tulovic comes into Parc Ferme, tries to get everyone on their feet and applauding. It's a fine victory for Lukas Tulovic, and of course it's a very well-deserved place in Moto2 next year. Alex Skrieg, well, he will surely be a major contender in the next steps of his career. Skrieg second here, unlucky not to go all the way to the end with a victory. And third, as we've already said, Senna Aegis. But a mighty performance, a fine performance from all riders in Parc Ferme. So as we look down on the celebrations in the final Moto2 race of the year, this is Marco Tapia. He is the champion in the stock class, and I wonder what's next for him. Well, right now it's a wheelie, and I'm sure a good party tonight, but he will also be very, very much looking forward to the next part of his career. What does it hold? As I said before, so many riders have come from the stock class. Toledo, Aldeguer, they're the key ones, and riders have really gone on to do good things, good results on Moto2 bikes, both here and in the Moto2 World Championship. But Tapia taking the plaudits. Are we going to get a burnout? Are we going to get some celebrations with the trackside marshals? I think we are indeed. And the gold helmet obligatory. And that is all your titles wrapped up this year for Junior GP. We've still got another race to go, though. Don't think the action stops. It certainly does not. It is all about Junior GP coming up for the final race of the day in about 25 minutes time at 2 o'clock local time, GMT +1 back home in the UK. That is 1 o'clock, but Lukas Tulovic dominant, and I'm very keen to see what he can do next year in Moto2. He's obviously had a taste of Moto2 before in the past, and it will be very interesting to see whether or not he will be able to improve on that last time he was there back in 2019. This was the race win just now, heading home as Skrieg and then Senna Aegis. But the team very, very happy down there. And it'll be interesting to see exactly what happens with them going forward into next year and whether they stay in this class. Maybe all attention shifts to Tulovic becoming a star in Moto2. Plenty of respect down there in Park Ferme with Tulovic and Skrieg. And as you can see, the flags are waving very high. It is celebrating in style down there in Park Ferme. Let's listen. Amazing scenes. It really is a great atmosphere here. I was out walking around earlier before the race started, before this racing day started, and the pit lane was a hive of activity. Really was busy, busy, busy down there. The pit lane walk was fantastic. So nice and busy. Get here if you can next year, of course. Junior GP is cliche, but it is where the stars of the future really are born. As you can see, the number 8 is wheeled off to one side. The number 1 pit board is there for Marco Tapia, the new stock champion. We're just awaiting Lukas Tulovic's interview, and we'll get the instant reaction in terms of his thoughts on the final race weekend of the year. And of course, testing will start for Moto2 at the end of this season, probably into next year before we get underway at Portimao, which is the new season opener for Moto2 and the MotoGP guys next year. Here's the interview. Lukas Tulovic signs off 2022 with another win.
Lukas Tulovic, what a way to end the 2022 campaign, a 7th win of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. We did such a great job all season, been a bit of up and down. Also this weekend was difficult to get the setting right on the bike. But again, chapeau to my team. I'm so happy we made it again here in Valencia. Perfect way to end this perfect season. So thanks to everybody involved in this project and really super excited for the future.
And some words in German?
Ja, es war ein fantastischer Abschluss zu einer fantastischen Saison. Ich meine, 7. Win-Sieg der Saison, fast alle Pole Positions geholt. Jetzt in der letzten Runde nochmal die schnellste Runde rausgehauen. Fühle mich fantastisch auf dem Bike. Deswegen ein riesen Dankeschön an mein Team, die einen fantastischen Job gemacht haben. Ich würde sagen, das war jetzt nochmal die Meisterarbeit, die ich geschrieben habe, die Saison. Und jetzt wird nächstes Jahr dann der nächste Schritt gemacht. Vielen, vielen Dank an alle, die involviert sind.
Great job, Lukas.
Lukas Tulovic with plenty to look forward to next year as he moves on to the Intact GP team proper and with Husqvarna, so that'll be very interesting. Hit your eyes peeled for 2023 in Moto2, but this was how it happened. There's a crash early on with Montero and Toth. They were up and okay, and Alex Skrieg was leading early on from Senna Aegis, Jari Ruiz. Tulovic had to do some work in the early stages, back and forth. Roberto Garcia right there with him. Senna Aegis with the first pole for Australia was leading the way, but Alex Skrieg hoped to put him back into second. Aegis was relentless and resistant as he tackled the likes of Skrieg and of Tulovic. There was this moment for Ruiz and Cardelus. Goodness knows what was going on there. Thankfully they didn't clash. Whilst further back, Marco Tapia, a step above everyone else in Stock 600 this year, was on his way to the title. Tulovic made this move in the closing stages on Eskrig, whilst Mikel Pons crashed out of a top 10 placing. Whilst Tulovic also hit the front. He made his move on Senna Aegis. Eskrig tried to follow suit. Aegis went wide, lost himself time, and although Eskrig was close at one point to Tulovic, there was no stopping the German, who capped off this season with yet another win, a 7th out of 11. Majestic stuff from Tulovic. The 22-year-old German will move on to new heights in 2023. Marco Tapia as well, a big future ahead of him. The Easy Race Yamaha stock rider taking the title. Tulovic, the winner in the overall class though. The European Moto2 Championship for 2022 is all done and it's all dusted. I'm not quite sure exactly what that pig is about. Well, try and find out. Or is it a strange-looking horse? In which case, it could be a dark horse. But I'm not sure that Lukas Tulovic was a dark horse coming into this season. Either way, answers on a postcard, but preferably on a tweet. This is the podium ceremony, of course, as well. We should get a couple of these. This is the first one. This will be for Moto2. And we will get them in 3, 2, 1 order. Team representative for Liquid Moly Intact Junior team makes his way to the podium. Senna Aegis, a fine campaign for Senna Aegis. It has been one to look back on with great fondness. He'll take third. Alex Eskrig gets a big cheer for second place. And it's a win for Lukas Tulovic. Like I said, a 7th of the season. And what on earth has he got there? It's the #1 pig. I didn't know they rated pigs in order in Germany. I need some help there to understand that. But as for Senna Aegis, that third place brings him a 9th podium of the season, of which he has taken 2 victories. Fine stuff indeed. As I say, a 9th podium for the season. Nobody probably would have expected that. Firmino de Geer on hand to hand that out. For Alex Eskrig, this will be podium number 7 of the season. He's had 2 wins in the fastest lap as well, and he takes 3rd overall. But Lukas Tulovic is a champion for a reason. This season, another win. It's a 7th victory. He is in 7th heaven, and he leaves a great legacy in the Moto2 European Championship. Maybe, just maybe, we could see an aspect of this next year in Moto2. This is the German national anthem. A fine day for Lukas Tulovic. His season ends on a high. He'll be looking to take that form into next year. A bit of a collision on the podium. That's not the first collision he's had with Senna Aegis all year. Fantastic scenes as they get the Prosecco DOC party started. It has been a season to remember for many reasons, particularly if you're Lukas Tulovic. I often think about all the wastage of this Prosecco. Imagine if it went to a proper use. Never mind, I'll finish what's left. And we'll get on with the rest of the day. I don't think Lukas Tulovic is a big fan of that. That's not great for him at all. But I'm sure he'll be celebrating tonight. The season is over and out. Tulovic, winner of the last race, ahead of Alex Eskrig. Senna Aegis completing the podium in 3rd. 3 different nationalities on the podium, but 4 different nationalities in the top 4. Andorra's Xavi Cardelus. What does he have to do to take a first win in the class? Garzo Garcia, Borja Gomez, Alex Toledo, Jero Ruiz in the end, finishing 9th. Not sure whether he took them penalties. And Peter Bishikirski, the Polish rider, in 10th. The Philippines are represented in 11th with Kyle Paz ahead of Danny Munoz, Pasquale Alfano, Dino Iozzo and Marco Tapia completing the order. Those 4 riders all on stock bikes. And further down we have Ryan van der Lagermaerts in 21st, Jamie Davis and Kilian Nestola crashes at turn 10 and 11 in the final lap of that race, and we hope both are okay. A shame for Mattia Volpi and Sam Wilford, who for AGR suffer a double DNF at the last race of the year. But the final standings, it has been dominant. Lucas Tulovic, 73 points, clear in the end of Senna Agius. Alexis Skrieg, 3rd. Toledo, 4th. Xavi Cardelus, 11 points, further back of the Spaniard in 5th. Yorai Wiwi, 6th. Roberto Garcia, strong in the second half of the year, 7th. Mattia Ratto in 8th, ahead of Peter Bishakirski and Eduardo Montero. Kyle Path, 11th, ahead of Hector Garzo in 12th, who would have expected more. But for sure, it will be a season to remember. This is the podium for Stock 600. That is Danny Munoz lifting the trophy, the winner's trophy there. And this is how the Stock 600 title standings look. Marco Tapia the final race of this amazing 2022 FIN JuniorGP World Championship is here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia, Spain. Often a treat, it has been a real spectacle. Right the way through the season, we've had new winners, new stars, emerging prospects, and riders booking their place on the 2023 Moto3 World Championship grid. 18 laps ahead of us for the final race of the season. We had a new race winner earlier on today in David Salvador, who beat Colin Vire in one of the closest races of all time in the class. The Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. So traditional that MotoGP and JuniorGP have their final races here at this majestic circuit. It's fantastic for fans. You can see all of the track from pretty much any point. And this is going to be a race where you're not going to want to miss any of the action. Kiko Giles here, Steve English alongside me. Steve, we are ready for the final race of the year. It seems like only yesterday we was there in Estoril making predictions about our title favourites, and I think we got most of them pretty much bang on.
Yeah, I have to say we were bang on with our predictions. I'm not too sure majestic is a word that's been used to describe the Valencia circuit over the years.
From a fan's perspective.
But it is a track where we saw some great racing in this morning.
Well, majestic action maybe. Let's take a look at what happened earlier on. Colin Vire got the whole shot from a pole position, his third one, but second place in the championship went begging for Shayafood and Asman. He lost that opportunity to fight it out until the checkered flag with a turn 1 crash. David Alonso was pushing and shoving his way through on Harrison Voigt. That was for third place, whilst the champion, who had already been crowned a couple of rounds ago, Jose Antonio Rueda, was in great form and tried to push his way through to the front. David Salvador looked good in 4th place, having been pushed back in the early stages, and he was now starting to come right the way through as Facundo Yambias was in contention, although not after this. Tuck the front to turn 2 in the closing stages. Yambias on the floor, but he's got another chance to do it again coming up very soon. David Almanza from the 7th row of the grid was really in contention, even though if he was running a little bit wide. But at the front, Colin Vire looked like the rider who had this in the bag. Angel Piqueras crashed out as his teammate Jose Antonio Rueda took the lead into turn 1, contrasting emotions. However, into turn 2, and there was this crash for David Almanza. He lost the rear, big high side for him. And then it all went down to the last corner. David Alonso got it all wrong, and he took himself out, almost took out Rueda, but it was the 38 David Salvador who just, by 0.02 of a second, beat Colin Vire, the long-time race leader. At last, Salvador, after 4 other podiums in 2022, took his first win. He's already moving on to Moto3 World Championship action in 2023, having had a taste of it in 2022. He could be a star. Moving on, another one from this paddock. That was earlier. This is now, the temperatures are 24 degrees here, track temperature of 28 degrees, so perfect for racing. It's cloudy, but it's not going to rain. Rain has not been forecast for the entire weekend. It's been clean running right the way through. And here we are ready to go for the final time in 2022. As I said earlier, it seems like only yesterday we was welcoming out the grids for 2022 and learning about the new numbers, the new liveries of 2023, for 2022 at the start of the year. Now, this is a problem. Is that Rueda or is it Asman? It looks to me like it could be Shy of Food in Asman. It isn't. It's Facundo Yambias, so I got that all wrong. But that's that. We had a yellow flag come up at turn 8. Now, we didn't know why, and it now is confirmed, Facundo Yambias. And you can see on the front end of that motorcycle, the screen is all cracked and the bike isn't going. Hand gestures and flapping arms around. We're not quite sure if he's going to make it to the grid, but that is a disaster for the Uruguayan rider. Steve?
Yeah, Yambias isn't going anywhere right now, and that's going to be the end of his day, the end of his season, and that's a shame considering that he was so strong in the opening race and then had that crash. But we'll wait and see what the situation is going to be for the Australia Galicia team. We know that Jose Antonio Rueda will start from the front row of the grid. It also looks like, and we haven't gotten the notification on this, but it also looks like David Alonso won't take the start, and we saw him have a very heavy crash at the end of race 1, so looks like he's out of action.
This is Filippo Farioli. We spoke to him earlier on in the weekend, and I think it's time to get to know the Italian a little better.
I'm Filippo Farioli, I'm 17 years old, I'm a rider of Aspar team, and this year for me was one of the best years that I do in the speed, because I started in 2017 with motocross, and after this was my 4th year in the speed, so for me this was an incredible year with Aspar. We do a very good job. Now we try to finish the championship in the 2nd position, because we fight with David Salvador and with the Serifudin Atman, so we try to do the best for finishing 2nd place. It was my first victory in the FIM JuniorGP. Was my home victory in Misano, and was very, very, very good. The feeling was amazing, because all the people near to me support me in this race for do the best and for do the best result. And after I give my 100%, I want to win, and after I win, so this was impressive and very good.
So Filippo Farioli there. It looks like he will take 3rd overall in the championship, because he's 24 points behind race 1 winner David Salvador. But I have a feeling this is going to be the man to beat, Steve. Colin Vire looking to make it 3 wins, from 3 pole positions.
Yeah, Farioli got a pretty comfortable advantage over 4th in the championship standings as well, so could change with the countbacks, but as it stands, he looks very much on course for that 3rd in the standings. But our pole sitter, Colin Vire, he looked really impressive in race 1, just didn't quite manage to get it across the line to claim the race victory, missed out by a few thousandths of a second, but expect him to stay at the front all the way through this race.
Second on the grid, the number 22, David Almanzo. You saw in the race 1 highlights that he crashed out. That was at turn 2 earlier on. Almanza was given a back of the grid penalty for slow riding in 4 or 5 sectors in qualifying, but that penalty obviously only applicable to race 1 start. He takes his normal position on the race 2 grid.
Yeah, and he's going to be competitive all the way through, so keep an eye on the 22 as he chases his first win in the Junior GP class.
Jose Antonio Rueda already with the title, 17 years old. 5 wins this season from Sevilla in Spain, but here in Valencia, it was his birthday yesterday. He's looking for that 6th win.
Yeah, he's been very impressive all the way through this campaign, not just in Junior GP, but also leads the way in the Red Bull Rookies Cup.
We have got close title fight on our hands. We'll just finish there. We was a little bit behind the schedule, I think, and we didn't quite notice where we were, but we've got a close battle going on at the front of this field for victory. It's pride and glory right now. Colin Vire starts on pole ahead of Almanza and Rueda. Lanetta, brilliant in 4th. Salvador, race winner from race 1 in 5th. Farioli looking to upset the apple cart with a 2nd place pinching job in the title. He starts 6th. We've got riders all the way down. Facundo Yambias is 14th qualified. I don't think he's going to get out onto that grid. It looked like that bike was pretty broken to me. And if he is going to take part in this race, you'd imagine it's going to be from pit lane or the back of the grid. As we look all the way through, Angel Piqueras has got to come from all the way back in 23rd position. Lots of riders coming through. Zuratuza had a double long lap penalty. He ignored that. Then he got a ride through. That was earlier on in race 1. Can he come through again? We have got 18 laps ahead of us for the final race of the year, and it has really flown on by very, very quickly. Colin Vire, 95, Almanza, 22, newly crowned champion, 99, Jose Antonio Rueda in 3rd. That's Filippo Farioli, the number 7 Aspar bike. Just behind him, the 29 of Harrison Voigt. Just so you've got a rough idea of all the runners, riders and contenders for the final time this year. Steve, we're about to get underway. This is the warm-up lap. They'll do 1 lap, get on the grid. What are they looking for on a warm-up lap? Are they just trying to figure out track conditions? They shouldn't have changed too much, really, from earlier.
I think they're mostly looking just not to get caught out like Yambias was on the run to the grid. But certainly for Colin Vire, the goal for him now is to pick up a race victory here to finish off his Junior GP campaign. Obviously still in contention for the Red Bull Rookies Cup as well here next week in Valencia. But for Colin Vire, he can still finish 4th in the championship standings as it is. That's probably about right for where he's been over the course of this season. Very fast, but a little bit inconsistent for him. The second half of the year has been very impressive. David Salvador, finally, after 46 race starts, was able to claim his first race victory in the Junior GP class. He's going to be in the World Championship next year, so nice for him to be able to sign off his Junior GP career in a little bit of style.
It's a bit cloudy here in Valencia, but don't worry about that. The weather isn't going to turn on us. It shouldn't do anyway. We're not expecting any rain. It doesn't look like it will. The clouds are a little bit dark on your screens, I think, than they really are in real life here. We saw a couple of crashes in the Moto2 race that's just been, especially around here, turn 10, 11. Why is that, Steve? Because of the heat in the tyres?
Mostly it's just because the Moto2 bikes a lot more power underneath them. This section of the track can be a little bit tricky for them. The Moto3 bikes, that shouldn't be much of an issue. We didn't see it being a big concern in this morning's race. One thing to keep an eye on as well, David Alonso, the number 80 machine, he's not going to be out there in action in this race. He had a crash at the end of race 1, and the rider that has had such good form here in Valencia in the past isn't going to be able to finish his Junior GP season on track. So that's a big shame for David Alonso, the Aspar gas rider.
Absolutely. Alonso, of course, was a winner here in Valencia earlier on in the year. It's been his only victory of the season, and he's certainly not going to add to it, as you say, Steve. Arm in a sling and out of it for the final race, and of course that might just impede him going to next week as well with what he's got on the table in GP. But looking at Colin Vire, he's your pole man. He is also going to MotoGP. He's also on the grid for next year, 2023. He's on the intact Dynavolt Husqvarna, so he's got a different bike well, differently badged bike for him for next year. But this is the start, so we're going to get underway for the final time of 2022. Where has the season gone? Watch the lights, they will go red, then they will go out, and we will have the final race of the season in Junior GP. Good start from Almanza, very good one from Rueda. Let's see if they can out-drag Via to the line. Asman the 63 looking on the long way on the left-hand side of shot. Now he cuts across. It's Almanza who's looking to get to the front and does do. Great start from Almanza. Oh, big start as well for his teammate Alberto Fernandez. I'm just about to say what a start he's got coming through the pack, but a massive high side at turn number 1 for him, and he has got out the front door in a big way. His teammate was briefly leading Almanza. He's been shuffled back to second. Linetta's up to third with Farioli coming up the inside, and Harrison Voigt got ahead of Daniel Shariel as well. Good start from Shariel, the number 32. But out front, Colin Via. It's a repeat of race 1.
Yeah, really good start from Via, and also for Almanza in race 1 this morning, a back to grid penalty meant that he had to come all the way through the field. He was very fast through the course of that race before a late crash. Now he's in a position to really be able to end his season in a bit of style, but there's a few riders worth keeping an eye on as well. Luca Linetti on the number 58 machine as well. Linetti in the early stages of race 1 was very competitive, but then lost a lot of ground.
This is Alberto Ferrandez, I believe. I don't think it's Marcos Ruda. Ferrandez was the one who crashed at turn 1. Let's have a look.
Keep an eye in third spot. You're going to see just as he taps on the gas, he's just going to be looped over the top, and that is Ruda. It is Ruda.
Wow, I thought Ferrandez had made a good start. Apologies there. It was Marcos Ruda who had come right the way through the field. My goodness me, I didn't expect that. So all of the FIM Network Junior team riders getting off to a flying start. Marcos Ruda, unfortunately, in a couple of different ways. One off the grid and then one off the bike. But across the line for the first time, AGR team. They had a disaster in Moto 2. Colin Via is looking to end that disaster here, but he's alongside Almanza. Oh, they're nearly locking together there down the straight, but Via just holds on.
Yeah, and you can see for Colin Via in race 1, he was always looking to stay at the front of the field. Right now, he's got that little bit of a gap as well over Rueda. We've seen Rueda run out wide. We've seen another couple of riders run out wide further down the order. Looking maybe Cormac Buchanan.
Cormac Buchanan, the New Zealander, just running off track. No jump start, so that's confirmed on our timing monitor. Just trying to find out where Ruda came from. He was a long way down, but either... Oh, he got a ride off track. Shariel, number 32, Shariel is off track there.
Yeah, for Ruda, we didn't really see him factor in the first race just because he had a back of the grid penalty from the qualifying session. He had actually qualified quite competitively up inside the top 3 rows of the grid, so at least in this race, was able to put himself in the right position at the start. Obviously enough, not where you wanted to be on the exit in turn 1. Looks like we're just seeing a lot of riders really trading places with each other now. The reason for that is we've got an awful lot of riders much more competitive at this stage of the race because those grid penalties aren't a factor for the second race of the day.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a faster lead group as well. Times are looking good so far. I can confirm that Facundo Yambias is out on track. He did make the start, but this is Daniel Shariel's moment, Steve.
Yeah, you're going to see Shariel there on the 32 just into turn 4, the first right-hander of the lap, and mistake from him in the entry, but able to live to fight another day. Just for Yambias, it looks like he started from pit lane because he certainly wasn't on the grid on the 5th row of the grid. There was an empty spot there, so he started from pit lane, and now he's just trying to work his way through the field, but he's got about 10 seconds to make up in the leaders.
Yeah, he's got a long way to go, but a short time to get there. 16 laps to go, and it is Almanza who briefly leads. Via on the brakes. How many times have we seen it? Not just this year, but this round, especially into turn 1, as Harrison Voigt runs out wide.
And then comes straight back in front of Linetta as well. That's a little bit on the limit there from Harrison Voigt. Yeah. And you can see there on the limit, David Almanza as well. That's where he had his crash at the end of race 1, and a big slide through there. Creates a bit of a gap to Colin Via. Rueda needs to get through now in the number 99 machine. Otherwise, his big rival, Colin Via, might well be in open up a gap.
Yeah, Rueda there in 3rd place. Looks like he's really eager to come through on Almanza. Almanza a little bit loose and lively here. Maybe a bit too loose and lively for the likes of Rueda, who will fancy his chances at a race victory here. He's going to try and go with Via just behind them. Rueda's going to make the move. Yes, into turn 8. Good move by Rueda. He's going to go wide though, and through comes Almanza again. That's for P2. Shaking ahead there for Rueda. He knows Rueda, but he's out a bit wide on the curbs as well. So Rueda, he's really pushing hard. He can see that Via is so consistent, hitting his markers, so good at just holding that great race pace. We saw it in race 1. It was just in the end he got caught out. But behind that front 3, 29 Harrison Voigt looking to end his season with a podium. Then it's Lanetta, Farioli and Alberto Ferrandez. I got it wrong with the first lap, of course. He's still in this race ahead of David Salvador, race 1 winner. Shia Food and Asman coming through the field up into 9th place. Jacob Ralston, best we've seen of him all season, inside the top 10. As Farioli goes to 5th place ahead of Lanetta.
Yeah, this is the stage of the race where Lanetta really needs to make sure he's able to stay in that lead group. We have seen him struggle at times this season where he's been in the top 5 but not quite able to come away with those podium finishes. So he's just trying to stay intact at this stage.
Philip Ton on the Intact Junior GP team has gone down, it's saying at turn 11.
Yeah, and you can see Ton here, and it's a big impact at 11 as well.
It's out of turn 11, it's the high side. Hopefully he's okay as Rueda makes his way to the front.
Nice couple of moves by Rueda. Into turn 1 he was in. Oh, contact there with Colin Vire. But nice move into turn 1 to get through on Almanza, and then down in towards turn 2 he tried to make the move on Colin Vire. Vire though fighting back straight away.
A 140.007 for Harrison Voigt. The name's Voigt in 4th position, looking to try and bridge the gap to the leaders as Rueda goes into 2nd.
I'll tell you what, he's not going to make it as much of a spy though, because that included that big run out on turn 1, and that's the advantage you can get from that.
Good to see Philip Ton up on his feet. Ton scored points in race 1, not so in race 2, but good to see he's up on his feet and walking away. But the gap that Vire and Rueda and Almanza were sporting due to the battling has unsurprisingly gone, because Harrison Voigt, with that fastest lap of the race by a considerable margin, is in 4th place. Then it's Lanetta, then it's Farioli, and then it is the 54 Ferrandez. Ferrandez getting a great lesson from some of the best in this Junior GP class.
Yeah, Ferrandez has done a good job considering at the start of the season he was expected to be a front runner in ETC. Didn't work out for him, but he's come in for the last 3 rounds here in the Junior GP class, and he's been impressive. He's done a really good job in the number 54 machine. Obviously, we've seen his teammate as well, Rueda, have his crash. Rueda, of course, a former front runner in the ETC. David Almanza has been at the front of the field all the way through this weekend as well.
Talk us through this, Steve. This was the contact between Rueda and Vire.
You can see here for Colin Vire, he's just making sure that he's coming through the left-hander at turn 3. He's not going to be shy about that. And speaking to our Dutch colleague Everett Slagger about him as well, Slagger's been saying that for all the Dutch fans, they really think that Colin Vire is that next rider to come through. He's going to get the chance next year in the World Championship, and that's something that's been talked about for a few years really back in Holland, about a rider that they think has a very exciting future.
As we see on screen there, back to the race, 4th place for Farioli. He's just got ahead of Harrison Voigt. We saw this in race 1. Harrison Voigt there at the start. Rueda makes that move into 2nd on Almanza, but we saw in race 1 earlier, Voigt's there at the start and he just starts dropping off. We said earlier that Paolo Simoncelli is here, the team owner of the 658 Squadricorsa team. He's here this weekend watching his team in action and watching Voigt try and get that first podium of his career and of his season. Of course, came back from horrendous injuries last year after a crash at Portimao, but he is back in the top 5 here this year and looking good at the moment so far.
Just looking at the times as well, probably the fastest rider on the racetrack right now is Yambias on the number 94 machine. He's faster than the race leaders, but he's got so much ground to make up that he's just trying to see if he can get himself back into the points paying position. So he's managed to pick off quite a few riders in front of him, and he's just in the lower end of the around about 20th position right now.
He was 10 seconds back a few laps ago. He's still only 10 seconds back, but the thing is he's not making time on the leaders, he's only making time on those ahead of him. So Facundo Yambias, really a story of what could have been. Meanwhile at the front, I think we're going to see coming through, Rueda, yeah, Vire moves out of the way that time. I think Rueda was going to give him a portion back after that last misdemeanor. The two came together at turn 3. Vire looking to come back through on Rueda, does so at turn 2. Will Rueda be able to cut under him? Let's see if he repays. This is up into turn 3, so where the contact was last time. It's very close. It was nearly contact this time, the other way around. Farioli look on the inside of Almanza, can't do it. Rueda's hit the front now. Yeah. Can Rueda break away, or will Colin Vire need to fight straight back?
Rueda knows that he has to be aggressive with Colin Vire as well, and the reason for that isn't so much about himself and Vire, it's about the riders behind them. Farioli with a new fastest lap last time around. He was a race winner at Misano. He's a 4 podiums this season already, and he's been very competitive pretty much everywhere we've gone. He's third in the championship standings, but he wants to pick up that second race victory before he also moves up to the World Championship next year. So a lot of the riders at the front of the field, Rueda, Colin Vire and Farioli, 3 of the top 4, they're all going to be in World Championship action next season. So they want to finish off their junior GP careers in a bit of style. Lunetta down the inside, though, on the AC racing bike. It's been a good day for that team in the ETC. He wants to try and get away with his first podium of the season as well now.
Absolutely parked on the inside of turn 11. Great stuff from Lunetta. They're battling, though, with that him and Ferrandis are battling. That's going to cost them time. They're 6th and 7th at the minute in this group, but that is always likely to change. And it's about to, wow, Ferrandis using up all the inside road and a bit more there. Runs out onto the green. That'll be a strike against his name in race direction.
Yeah, he's using it a fair bit more in the exit there, but that's what can happen in the Moto 3 class. And the reason for that is all these bikes have to carry so much corner speed that it really is very easy to run in a little bit hot. You can see Colin Vire hits the front of the field, but this is where Rueda is going to put his bike in a position to be able to attack down in towards the left-hander at turn 2.
I can tell you that the fastest lap by Filippo Farioli is actually a new lap record in this class, so good stuff from Filippo Farioli in the 39s. It's the first lap we've had in the 39s in Junior GP around Valencia. Now at the front, Rueda ahead of Vire, ahead of Almanza. Those 3 are the top 3 consistently. They're just not consistently in the same order, but good stuff from Rueda so far. Vire in 2nd, Almanza 3rd. This is the kind of stuff that we've been seeing all season long. No one has really been able to put anything towards Rueda. Rueda has had a couple of dominant wins, but generally speaking, this is how this year has been. This lot battling elbows out right from the start. And Rueda ahead of Vire. You just wonder if Vire, had he started the season like this, whether Rueda would have had it all his own way, right the way up to the point where he took the title. That's tight for P5, and that is Lunetta absolutely shoving Harrison Voigt out onto the curb. Voigt goes from 5th back to 7th.
Yeah, and you have to say that certainly for Colin Vire, what we've seen from him over the course of the second half of this year has been so impressive. It's just that he gave himself that little bit too much ground to make up, but he's been very impressive all the way through the second half of the campaign. Harrison Voigt, though, with that big slide, and you can see just how much just a slide can cost you the momentum and a lot of spots. He's got a lot of work to do now.
Costs momentum, it pushes you off onto the curb, then you might fall the other side of the curb onto the green. It causes all kinds of problems, and he loses time. Look at Vire through on the inside with 11 laps to go, aggressive as he likes to be. Colin Vire moving on through. The number 95 hits the front again, defends his position very well as well. Rueda's sideways on up the inside of Almanza, can't get the job done, and Farioli is just waiting for all this to kind of explode, I think.
Yeah, and you have to say that for Colin Vire on the 95 at the front of the field, his high marks this season, where you see his true talent, has been so impressive. But the problem for him is he's had 4 non-scores as well, whereas Rueda has been very consistent all the way through the season, and that's why Rueda has been able to win this championship. But in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, only 11 points separating them with 2 races remaining, and I think that's probably been a much better indication of how closely matched they are.
Yeah, Vire, real big talent. We were saying earlier as well that if only he'd shown it from the start of this season. But Vire, at the moment, leading quite comfortably, a little bit wide at turn 8, but moves on through to hold on to the lead. Not the same further back. This front 4 are just starting now to break away, because the 3 behind, Lunetta, Ferrandis and Voigt, are making mistakes. They're not consistently hitting their markers.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's similar to what we've seen all the way through this campaign from Lunetta, where he's been able to be very fast in the early stages of the races, and then just gradually drops down to 5th or 6th position. So a little bit of ground to be made up for him, but it has still been a pretty strong campaign. He'll go into next season very confident about being able to be a front runner and a podium finisher next season.
Vire pushing Almanza out onto the curb there in the braking area for the final corner. That would have cost Almanza some time as he's out on the slippery stuff, out on the marbles. He can't get it turned. But Vire, the one who's leading, we've got track limits warnings all the way through this field, but no one really troubling at the front, as Vire holds on from Almanza. And Rueda there in 3rd. 4th for Farioli, Lunetta 5th. Still Farioli well out wide. That'll be a strike against his name again, as Ferrandis and Voigt complete this 7-rider field. If you're wondering where race 1's winner is, David Salvador not in this lead group. He's 8th place. You might see him flash through the shot in the back, but nowhere to be seen. He's lost a lot of pace compared to race 1. Out front though, Vire doing the business. This is exactly what we saw early on. this morning, and it's what we're seeing again in the last race this year.
Yeah, for David Salvador, he lost a spot as well to Ankal Piqueras, so Piqueras picks off the race home winner. As it is, Salvador's at least been able to finally get that gorilla off his back by claiming a race victory here in Junior GP. You can see for Almanza, though, down the inside of our race leader, Colin Byer, and he's able to hold on to that position, so nice move.
Yellow flags at turn 5, unsure for who that is. We'll pick that up in a minute. It may well be
Daniel Sharil, it looks like, on the
timing
screen.
Is it Yambias? It could be Yambias. Yambias is the one dropping down the order here on our timing monitor. It is Facundo Yambias. So Yambias, an eventful race too, once it eventually got... Oh, dear me. Fisticuffs. What's going on here?
We saw Sharil lose a few spots on the timing screen as well, so maybe an instant between those two riders as Yambias made that progress up through the field. Big shame, though, for Yambias, because he's actually been quite strong all the way through this weekend, but nothing to show for it at the end of a crash in race 1 and now this incident in race 2.
Points make prizes, and to get to the point, you've got to finish the races, and unfortunately for Yambias, that's not been the case. Oh, Vire and Almanza really close. They really... Oh, they're leaning on each other through turn 1. That could have been really nasty going down there if they tangled. Rueda takes full profit of that. Almanza looking to lead the race up the inside, gets the job done. Vire finds himself back in 4th, but they were weaving across the straight there, very, very tight indeed. That could have been a real problem if they'd touched. Lanetta now beating up Vire as well. Vire's going to get the cutback, no, surely no problem. Yes, indeed he does. So back to 4th. So Vire, disgruntled, was leading across the line, now back to 4th.
Yeah, and this is where the likes of Lunetta now have a real chance to be able to stay in this group and be able to fight for it. Ferrandez on the 54, obviously stepping up from the ETC isn't easy. He's now also got a chance to be able to fight it for the podium. Have a look at they come down in towards turn 1. Almanza on the 22. Colin Vire, though, gets hung out dry, and he ends up losing quite a few spots, and more importantly, a lot of momentum. And in the Moto3 class, the M is for momentum. You've got to make sure you're able to carry those corner speeds.
Yeah, and the other thing to point out there will be that as Rueda makes a mistake and allows Farioli to slip on through. So good move that from Farioli. Rueda's on the outside. He's not going to be able to sort that out. The thing to point out there as well in that replay is Almanza's not moving across to block Vire. He's moving across to take the racing line and try and keep it as normal as possible through turn 1, so he doesn't lose momentum. Almanza, though, with a good gap at the moment over Farioli. Lanetta moves through. That is into 3rd place. So Lanetta from 5th to 3rd. Really having a good ride. Probably the best we've seen of him all year.
What's key for Almanza, the number 22, is he came from the 7th row of the grid in race 1, so we know he's got the pace to come through the field. That also probably means he's got the pace to be able to stay in the front of the field if he can break away by half a second or a second. But very difficult to do that in the Moto3 class. This is one of the few tracks where you can do that, but you need everyone else to be fighting with each other. That's what's happening behind him now, so maybe for Almanza and Farioli, they'll view this as being an opportunity to just edge away. Farioli, he's just been given a track limits warning. We saw obviously in race 1, he had a lot of excursions and he had a long lap penalty, so he's on the limit for that now as well, and we're only just past half race distance, so he needs to be very careful.
Farioli in 2nd, the rider we're talking about. The other rider to get a track limits warning is the 54. That is Alberto Ferrandez in 6th position, the 2nd of the 2 purple bikes in the picture. You can just see it buried under the 58 of Lanetta as they come into turn 8 now. Good stuff this from Almanza, considering his disaster in race 1 when he high-sided out. He's looking very, very good with 8 laps to go to sign off 2022 in style. Farioli's wanting to change that. Colin Vire in the unfamiliar territory of not in the top 3 throughout the race as the Aspar Junior team watch on. If you're wondering where Colombia's David Alonso is out. His arm was in a sling after that massive crash in race 1, which cost him a podium and potentially a victory. But if you're wondering also where the race 1 winner is, David Salvador is now behind Jacob Ralston, who's come through up to 8th place. He gets a bit close with Lanetta and Ferrandez. But Jacob Ralston really grown in stature as this season has progressed and come to an end. He'll be one to look out for next year. But with 7 laps to go as he cuts the line, Almanza still leads. Farioli and Rueda there in 3rd place. It is Vire in 4th, Lanetta 5th.
Yeah, and certainly for Ralston, we saw him claim his first points a couple of races ago. Now he's trying to make sure he's able to come away with a top 10 finish. So that's good to see from the Aspar rider heading into the winter and indeed into next season as well.
We've got a track limits long lap penalty. That's for number 91, Kotaro Uchiumi. So that's well down the field and on the brink of the points, but that's a bit of a disappointment for him.
Tough weekend for Uchiimi as well. We saw him out of action in race 1 after transgressions for him on track as well. So now a long lap penalty, long lap penalty from there for exceeding track limit. Hasn't been a good end to the season.
No, a bitter end to a tough year anyway, but he'll be back next year hopefully to improve. But back at the front, it's status quo. There's nothing really to shout about for once in Junior GP. It's Almanza leading comfortably from the front, but you just do get the feeling this is all going to be gloves off in the last few laps. 7 to go, no one's going to be making daft moves. As I say that, Colin Vire runs it right up the inside, and Netta's trying to do it as well. Rueda, but not a daft move, good move that, carrying the speed from turn 10 into 11, getting the job done.
Yeah, and he's able to hold that tight line, and Rueda knows that you've still got a third of the race left, so no point getting yourself too excited at this stage. You've got to just make sure that you're able to stay in the fight and give yourself that chance.
A good move as well there at turn 11, because it doesn't really cost you any time. Luca Lanetta's not interested in costing Rueda time as he shoves him wide at turn 14 onto the straight. So Lanetta, the number 58, moving on through here. That would be something special if he was able to get on the podium, maybe deliver a first win in the class for himself and the team as Farioli moves on into the lead, takes Almanza's line at turn 1 and gets the job done. Almanza will have to go the long way because Farioli's defending into turn 2. Vire in third, Lanetta fourth. This is the best we've seen of the number 58, Luca Lanetta, all year. That looked close to 5th place. It was between Ferrandez and Voigt. Well, it's at the back of this group now. Rueda, your champion for this year, has just not got an answer at the moment. He's a second behind the race leader, Rueda, back in 7th place. That 6th win is not going to happen from there.
Yeah, and it hasn't been exactly going according to plan for Rueda over the course of this weekend so far, but still on the 99, in touch. But with 5.5 laps to go, he knows he needs to be making his places now, because you've got to make sure at this stage of the race that you're up inside those top 4 or 5 spots, just so that if something happens in front, that you're able to make sure you can jump with the race leaders. Farioli, though, super impressive all the way through this weekend. Came from the 7th row of the grid to finish on the podium in race 1, and then obviously without the grid penalty, able to start in the 2nd row of the grid for this race, and he's been right up there all the way through. The number 7 looks good. He's going to be in World Championship action next weekend, making his debut in the Moto3 Championship, and then next season he's going to be on a Tech 12 bike as well, so he's got a lot to look forward to, but wants to sign off his campaign now with that race victory.
Lanetta moving through into 3rd place now, ahead of Colin Vire. I tell you something, Lanetta has looked very strong in that final sector. If he's in a position to attack for a career first win on the last lap, that would be something just special, especially with his line he's taken there. And into turn 1, because he just let the brakes off and pushes Colin Vire out. And if you're doing that to Colin Vire there at turn 1... Oh! Collision! Vire collided there with the rear wheel as they came across the line out of turn 1 into turn 2. Vire clipping Lanetta. Well, there is absolutely no way that is going anywhere. I'm sure the handlebars will be snapped off there. That was a big crash, and he is so lucky that the bike put itself down and didn't lock up. So Vire, his season ending in bitter disappointment. What happened?
And this is what I mean about Rueda. You've got to be able to put yourself in a position that you don't lose time if there's an incident in front of you. As it is, it looks there like Vire and the other rider just come a little bit too close to one another, and Vire's the one that gets caught out. At least he's able to walk away from that, because he's still got a Red Bull Rookies Cup to win next weekend as well. But that's a shame for Colin Vire. He's been very impressive all the way through this season, just hasn't been consistent. He's had too many non-scores. I think that kind of encapsulates the season he's had so far.
Oh, Lanetta on the brakes. Well, we were saying halfway through that if Lanetta's outbraking Vire into turn 1, he's something a bit special. Luca Lanetta is more than something a bit special. He's quite special, especially in the braking area. As we come through the final couple of corners, this is turn 13 into turn 14. On the brakes, no one able to get near the 58, but it is Almanza who's leading. Alex Gordon has crashed. That is further down, way out of contention. but hopefully he's okay. Almanza leading ahead of Lunetta.
Yeah, Morossi involved in that as well. We saw Morossi have his issue in race 1 as well. But Lunetta, he's putting down a marker now for next season. He wants everyone to see that he's going to be one of the guys to beat next campaign. He's been up there inside the top 5 or 6 for most of the second half of this season, but hasn't been able to come away with the first podium. This would be a big step for him to get ready for next season.
The leader's gone down. I can't believe it. Same corner. He lost the rear in the first race. He's lost the second he's lost the front in the second race, and he's lost it altogether now. But that is a disaster. That David Almanza, turn 2, the curse of turn 2 has caught him out twice. Oh dear, we got another rider down. That looks like Bouazri. Something's down.
Yeah,
something's
down.
We've got a race. We've got a red flagged race here.
We're past 2/3 race distance though, so that will be the race finished. It's going to be Farioli that's going to take the race victory, but Lunetta is going to get that first podium finish, so good end to the season for him. Fernandez though jumped onto a Moto 3 bike for the first time, having been on an ETC bike at the start of the season. He should be on the podium as well.
Yeah, Alex Gordon, I just wonder if that is the reason for the red flag. Maybe he had some fluid going down on the track and he's gone down on his own spillage. I'm not sure. Raman Forcada looking on, Nico Tirol looking on, but that is, by our calculations here in the commentary box, definitely over 2/3 race distance. 2/3 would be 12 laps. We're on lap 14. We had 4 to go, so for me that is all done and dusted. But Filippo Farioli with a second victory, and that is, talk about bad timing for David Almanza. That is very unfortunate indeed. He had that, well, I won't say wrapped up, but he definitely had something to show for what had been a stunning weekend so far. Fernandez is over the moon, so he's going to be elation and dejection on the FIM Network Junior team garage. But that is a disaster for Almanza, who in race 1 lost the front, and then in race 1 lost the rear, in race 2 lost the front, but I lost the front, looks like on fluid. I don't want to say if it's oil or coolant or something is down on the track. So we're looking out the commentary box window over towards turn 2. Nothing that we can see here that has been too difficult to clear, but not the way that we want to end the 2022 Junior GP season. This is what happened then. So this is, I can't believe it will be from this because the bike goes onto the grass, but there is, that's the replay of the crash with Via. And then here we've got Gordon, and we've got one of the, that's Alessandro Morossi's bike being wheeled away. And I just wonder if that's the culprit. And then we get him here a lap later with the race leaders. David Almanza's down. And then we have the red flag. And obviously I believe we lost someone else in all of that. It may have been Sharil or Bouazri. But either way, disaster. Luca Lunetta is going to be in pieces over this. That's an emotional first podium. What a day for the AC. What a day for the AC Racing team. Guido Pini in the European Talent Cup race, taking honours, and not just taking honours, taking the title, taking second place, taking the title. And now a second place in a career first podium for Luca Lunetta. And we know he's good here. We've seen him shine here before, of course, earlier in the year. Valencia race earlier in the year when he qualified on the front row of the grid, the middle of the front row in second position. So a very fine performance indeed for Lunetta. Filippo Farioli looks a little bit confused or angry. Maybe has he lost? Our timing screen has just updated. Farioli was given the win, but he's just had it pinched back because David Almanza has been reinstated with it. That's why he's on the way to Parc Ferme. Now, if I believe, I think they have got the bike back. David Almanza has taken the victory, a first in the class. Wow, I don't believe what I am seeing, because that literally, I wondered why Farioli was angry, because it would have been his second career win, and I am not a motorcycle race, but I presume when you win a race, it's a very happy moment. But because Almanza led over the line, ahead of Lanetta and Farioli, as we see here, that's the reason it's gone back. It's gone back to the last lap, which is very strange, but it's what has been given. Unbelievable. So David Almanza stepping up to Junior GP in 2022 and signing off with a first top 10 qualifying, which put him on the front row in second, and now a first win. Of course, Almanza has been on the podium. This was back at Jerez in similar circumstances. That was a penalty which benefited Eddie O'Shea that day. Almanza benefiting because he went to second place. And it is now Almanza who inherits a victory. Farioli, I mean, he'll be angry, but he'll also be relatively pleased with third. It locks in third in the championship. And this man, Luca Lanetta, well, emotions will be in full flow for him when they head back to Italy. But Luca Lanetta from Rome, 16 years old, never had a podium. His best result coming into this round was a 5th place. And he looked good there, maybe to go on to more than a win. But it was more than a podium. It could have been a win. Shout out in 4th place, Alberto Ferrandez. We thought he was going to inherit the podium. His teammate has inherited the podium. So, as I said earlier, contrasting emotions, elation and dejection in the Mir team camp. And now it's the other way around. There'll be one side of the garage a bit sad and the other team, the other side, over the moon. But fantastic drama in the closing stages, even if it wasn't the showdown that we wanted. So, the timing screens now. Almanza winner, ahead of Lanetta, Farioli, Ferrandez and Voigt. That's your top 5. Fantastic stuff from Harrison Voigt. He was right there all the way through this race, and he looked very, very good indeed. It's his best result of the season. And let me just check. Of his career, his previous best was 6th. That was achieved earlier on. So Harrison Voigt with a career best 5th. Jose Antonio Rueda, well, what about that? Down in 6th place. That is not how he wanted to end his season at all, but he does move on anyway to the Moto3 World Championship. But 6th is the worst results he'll have had. David Salvador, the highs and lows of racing. Well, race 1 winner, only 7th in race 2. Angel Piqueras, he crashed in race 1, but does get to the finish here in race 2. It's time to hear from the race winner. Ha! This is a shock. David Almanza's with Steve.
David Almanza, a crazy end to the race, but your first win in Junior GP.
Yes, it's a very good race. I crashed in the red flag, and wow, I am very, very happy. And thank you to my team, to my manager, Alonso Lopez, Jose Starlich. Thank you all.
And in Spanish as well, David?
Wow, pues ha sido una carrera muy luchada, muy buena. Lo he dado todo. Hemos estado trabajando desde el jueves en solitario para prepararnos a este tipo de carreras. Y bueno, he tenido mucha suerte porque me he caído en la bandera roja. Y bueno, pues quiero agradecerle esta carrera a todo mi equipo, a Alonso, a José y también a mi pueblo, porque estos días han sido días de luto por la noticia que se ha dado. Pero bueno, muchísimas gracias a todos.
Thanks, David.
What a way to end the 2022 Junior GP season, and I'm going to tell you now, we've got more drama coming. Wait for it. This was in the race. Marcos Ruda with a massive high side. He'd come through from the 3rd row, so amazing start from him, but out before the first sector. Collision with Rueda and Via, getting their elbows out. That was early on in the race, so it was gloves off right from the start. Almanza, the number 22, in 3rd. Filippo Farioli was right in the mix as well. Jose Antonio Rueda, despite in the end finishing off the rostrum, was leading at different points. The champion proving why he is number 1 for 2022. Luca Lanetta was the man on the move. He put aside some of his rivals. Harrison Voigt lighting up the rear end, coming through turn 11. Whilst it was Almanza who put this move on Via. And then as the two battled, it was going all the way to the end. Rueda came through. Soon enough it would be Lanetta who came on charging through to number 58, doing a fantastic job to put himself in a good position. Via was in the podium positions as he and Rueda continued to swap places. Lanetta trying to take the opportunity and doing so often, so strong in the final corner. Farioli went to hit the front, whilst Harrison Voigt was just behind, trying to keep it all under control and stay in the top 6. Down into the final corner, Lanetta got ahead of Via and then did him on the brakes into turn 1. But wait for this, the two collided on the exit as they went for the same line into turn 2. Via on the floor, and that was that. There was also an oil spillage which took out David Almanza, Teo Gordon and a few other riders. This was Almanza just out on the oil. For that, the red flag was shown, and after a little bit of confusion, David Almanza taking a first win in the class, a second podium, just his second win in the entire Junior GP paddock. He's thrilled. And the drama continues because Luca Lanetta was given a 6-second time penalty for irresponsible riding. We presume that is for the collision with Colin Via. That means he has lost his first ever podium, and Filippo Farioli, having been a bit confused and then a bit dejected about having his win taken off him for Almanza's reinstatement, inherits second. And when you was hearing that interview with Steve English, who's back alongside me now, that was why the cheers were, because Farioli had taken P2 and Alberto Ferrandez, after all of that contrasting emotion that I was on about and waffling about for the Mia team, it's on the podium. So out in the end, almost everyone's a winner.
Yeah, pretty crazy end to that race, and Almanza celebrating, and just down in Park Fermin, just trying to find out what was happening. Coincidentally, I just gotten a message from a colleague of ours, Neil Morrison, who's got nothing better to do than to sit and get ready for Moto3 action here next weekend, and Neil just confirming very similar to what we saw in Moto2 in Thailand already this season. When the leaders cross the line, they will be credited with their position. Everyone else that hasn't finished that lap will then be based on their positions the previous lap. So certainly for Almanza, it worked out quite well. For Farioli, he was very disappointed with that, but another podium for him. Good end to the season. 6 podiums this campaign, 3rd in the standings. It's been really good for Farioli. He's got something to build on going into next week here in Valencia, where he'll make his Moto3 World Championship debut. But really good to see Ferrandez up there as well. I think that Lanetta, he'll feel rightly a little bit aggrieved about the 6-second penalty and losing his first podium, but this is certainly a situation where he's been able to show an awful lot in this race for himself.
What a race. As you can see, David Almanza taking the victory in one of the strangest ways possible. Just when you think you've seen it all in Junior GP, of course there's a surprise. This is the podium ceremony. So David Almanza, the race winner, but we're going to get the top 3. Alberto Ferrandez, his teammate, should be the first one to come out. But I can see Filippo Farioli on the side. That's because he's second. Okay, just to double check, I've not gone mad. But Farioli will be second. Ferrandez will be the first one out.
Don't try and use a Moto3 class race in the Junior GP as proof that you're not going mad, Kiko. There's a fair bit happened in this action, but 1-3 for the Finnick Workmere team, and they're going to be really pleased with that, obviously.
Very good stuff indeed. Look at the celebrations for Ferrandez. That's a first rostrum in Junior GP. Fantastic for him. Farioli in the end can crack a smile, even though it's not a race win. But listen to the cheer for David Almanza. That is what it means to take a first win in a class. It's only his second in that whole paddock. He took a win last year at Estoril in the European Talent Cup race. He had a podium in race 2 in Jerez earlier this year in Junior GP. And he's back on the rostrum. This time, it's back on the top step of the box. Crowd and the fans and the team all supporting Almanza then as the trophies are handed out. FIM Deputy President Ignacio Verneda is the first one to hand it out to the team. two of the FIM Network Mia Racing Team bikes on the podium. I said earlier that they are one of the most professionally turned out teams in the paddock, and they really are on the road to success. Second, Filippo Farioli. Well, he'll take second, I think. It's a solid third overall in the championship. But the winner is David Almanzi. Just making sure he's got two hands on that trophy. You don't want to drop it. That is for certain. We've seen Toprak Razgatlioglu do a fair bit of that over in the World Superbike. And another year of free internet and data, I believe it is. But either way, plenty to celebrate for David Almanza.
That's why we go racing.
So Almanza becomes another new winner in the class. He will be the 26th different Spanish winner since the class was introduced as Moto3 anyway, with four-stroke racing in 2012. I think it's lemonade in the bottles. Obviously it's unbranded, but I believe it is lemonade, and they will probably get each other absolutely soaked with that. But fantastic stuff. Now time for a quick picture. David Almanza only small compared to Filippo Farioli in second.
Yeah, and for Almanza, it puts him up to about 7th in the championship standings as well. So a good end to the season for him. And again, another rider that's got that momentum going into next year. Keep an eye on Almanza, keep an eye on Lanetta. But I think especially Alberto Ferrandez, a rider that came in expecting to be a front runner in the ETC, finishes off his campaign as a podium finisher in the Junior GP class.
A fantastic end to the 2022 season. We should be getting the championship standings very, very soon, and we can bring you the final results of 2022 Junior GP action. Lemonade on the head there of the team boss, but it's Rueda who comes out on top. 74, that was done and dusted. Salvador holds on to second ahead of Farioli. Asman fourth, Piqueras, Vaya, Alonso, Boisri, Cruces are the top 9. As we wait to see where race winner David Almanza turns out to be. But I have a feeling these standings are also not updated. Second time, so don't worry about these. You can find it all on the FIM JuniorGP website in the end. The championship standings, though, all you need to know is Jose Antonio Rueda is ahead of second place David Salvador, who won his first race earlier on today, and third place goes the way of Filippo Farioli. So it's Spain, Spain, Italy at the top. Plenty of things to get our teeth into. And of course, you can check out the FIM Junior GP World Championship website for all the latest news, entry list, rounds, calendar announcements and more. And you can check out our YouTube channel where you can watch all the full races back live and uninterrupted. '22 has been amazing, and I want to thank some colleagues here: Elliot York, Liam Hodgins, Jack Gorse, Tristan Finocchiaro, Steve English alongside myself, Kiko Giles. We brought you the action of another record-breaking year for Junior GP. It's been a pleasure to have you, and 2022 now comes to a close. 2023 is loading. We'll be back bigger, better and stronger next year, but let's look back on our history. 25 years of creating champions. It's been a roller coaster, but my goodness, it's been worth it. Goodbye for now. Thank you.